Are we good? Okay. So, book was published earlier in the year. Came out in the spring, and have the opportunity to come here to talk about it a little bit, which we'll do if we're ready. Yes? Okay. So let me start with prayer, taking refuge and generating Bodhisattva. Sangye Chudan Soge Jonan La Chanjo Bardo Tani Joji Dache Give Sanaki Drop Enter Sangye Druba Show. Chudan Soge Jonan La Chanjo Bardo Tani Joji Dache Give Sanaki Drop Enter Sangye Druba Sangye Chudan Soge Chonan La Chanju Bardu Pani Kyosu Dache Give Sanangi Drola Penju Sangye Druba Sho. Okay. Excuse me. We don't have time. It's a big book. I try to. It'll be a little bit pick and choose what we have to say about it. I think. Excuse me. The book. This is the first English translation of this book, so that's one claim to fame. When I have the good fortune, I'm the translator in this program, that I get to choose what I want to translate, seek to approve. And I remember I had originally, when I finished the first book, I tended to do a different book, work on something else by the same author, Asanga. So I went to New York to meet with the director of the foundation. We were sitting in his room, and he had given him recently a copy of Shantayo's Bodhisattva Avatar, which maybe all of you, many of you are familiar with, is extremely important Mahayana text in Tibetan Buddhism. A very beautiful edition done. Had a, I don't know what to call it, gold leaf here on this one, so it was very sweet and impressive. And I was impressed. But reaction to it was, oh, it's nice, but that book has been translated maybe. I mean, it's not, and I have nothing against, doing translations, but it seemed, that this book was well written. So I was thinking, and I thought to myself, well, why try to pick a book that's not available? And so anyway, that was kind of the seed for the Bodhisattva Bhumi. I'm very happy that I made that decision. It was a wonderful experience to work on it. Learned a lot. I usually learn, I think, probably more than anybody who ever reads anything translated, by just having had the opportunity to, text and try to render it into English. But anyway, I did, and I hope I did fairly decent job. Anyway, I had gotten an transmission of the text in Tibetan, which is a Tibetan. You don't teach a book, or definitely a book, without having some sort of receiving what they call in Tibetan lung, and lung means actually hearing sound of the words of the text read by somebody who himself or herself, and so on, back in a lineage to the Buddha, presumably. There's a esteemed elderly in New York area, John Rinpoche, and I knew him from a long time ago, and so I asked him if he would give me this oral transmission. So he did. And recently I went to see him. I asked the publisher, and he said, "You have to teach this book." And I can't teach this book. It's not something that even doomed to try to teach in the true sense of being a Dharma teacher. I said, talk about it. I say some things about it, and so that's kind of what I'm going to do today. I think tomorrow. So the book. I wrote an introduction. It's not a long introduction. It's, I don't know, 30, 40 pages maybe. And I covered in that my some of my own personal observations about the book, some kind of contextualizing or giving a little bit of background on the book. So, I won't go into all of the points that are made there. But so to say that the order is considered in Buddhism especially, which is what I'm most familiar with, luminaries. In Tibet, the word Shingde Soje. Shingde Soje comes from a Sanskrit word which literally means charioteer. It has this specialized meaning of who is the champion of a new way, of a new path. And so for Tibetans, he and Nagarjuna considered the two figures who are given that designation. In the set, Nagarjuna is recognized as the spiritual father of the Madhyamika school, who influential in interpreting and explaining the Praparamita literature, which still today, until today, is central to Mahayana tradition. And Asanga, who followed him in time by probably 3 centuries or so, is really distinguished that he is recognized as having established the so-called yochara, or mind only, or the ideal Brahmana. And in terms of Tibetan Buddhism, in particular, in the Gelugpa school, I was introduced to Buddhist practice largely through a This practice, which is the Lamrim, means stages of the path. And this refers to a specific system of teachings that was introduced into Tibet in the latter half of the 11th century by an Indian master, Atisha, popularly as Atisha. His formal name was Bankara Shrigyana. He came to Tibet during what was the golden age of Buddhism in Tibet, period. I don't want to get into a long history of Tibetan Buddhism, but during the period following, there was a period of persecution of Buddhism after several centuries, and various decline due to kind of a reaction against Buddhism by native tradition and people who supported that. At any rate, it did get revived, and so this period, particularly, an effort to send translators, send scholars, Tibetans to some of the centers in northern India and to Buddhism and to come to Tibet and translate texts and teach. And during this time also, there were two figures who actually came to Tibet, and so Atisha was one of them. And wrote a text in Tibet, which is called The Lamp of the Path to Enlightenment. Is considered the sort of root text for the Lamrim tradition. It's only 5 verses. So his followers in Tibet were known as the Kampas. The word Kampa literally means those who regarded the word as instruction. Ka means the Buddha's word. Dhamma is instruction, or it can mean that they regarded it as sacred. And in fact, this particular early tradition considered very strict, very ascetic. It sort of got absorbed in other existing lineages. I mean, lineage is everything in Tibetan Buddhism. The kind of the through which a particular teaching system gets transmitted is largely because of the importance of yoga in Tibetan Buddhism, that the spiritual teacher is regarding the particular being the of teaching. Anyway, don't need to go into Guru Yoga. So, in the lineage, there are several lineages, sub-schools, and gets into an area of, and for me, the pride of Buddhism is the most important and the most meaningful. Lineages of teachers that represent the practicing this Lamrim system. We'll go into too much. I don't want to take time talking about, but so centuries later, in the mid or latter part of the 14th century, your figure Lama Tsongkhapa then in Tibet, from eastern Tibet, from Amdo, and he was a scholar, a very what could I say? A very, I mean, his insight and his was an incredible person. Obviously, Tibetans consider him a nation of Manjari. So anyway, at a young age, he's a teenager, and he died fairly young. In fact, he died in his 50s, late 50s, I think. 60. Really?
Yeah. Sorry.
Fairly young.
This is the non-foreign.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. At any rate, 62 is not that old.
No.
Better than that. He had a teacher in Amdo, and it's part of his biography. Teacher gave him instructions about what text he was supposed to study when he went to central Tibet, which was considered sort of the the main place to more intuitively. His own teacher had been inside also, and so he came. He studied at the time. The Sakya school, in particular, was a tradition of that followed practice of scholarship more heavily than other traditions. There was this Drapor meant that there was a series of centers where scholars would go around during the course of a year or so, some kind of regular schedule, and they debate the main texts. So Tsongkhapa got involved in that process and he studied the text of Alankara, which is the text that's associated with Asanga, part of that literary tradition. And I'm going to tie this together at some point. So he was a very, scholar. He, was himself as a debater, and after a number of years, I don't know the exact period of time, but it was well into the time that he was in central Tibet. He sought out others of the day who had other lineages, which he, part of. I mean, we have that in Buddhism, unfortunately, in current very, what should I say, element of sectarianism amongst Tibetan Buddhist schools, so-called Nyingma school, the early school, Gelugpa school, Sakya school, Gagyu school. These are the four main schools, and there's a certain amount of rivalry among them. It exists. At a time, Khaba took teachings from existing traditions, the tradition that he is recognized as having founded this time. So his teachers were from all the existing traditions, which is what's ironic about the way kind of things sort of come present day. At any rate, so he went to two different teachers who had who held Lamrim lineage instructions. Actually, considered three. In Gelugpa school, there are three different lineages. Option here. Anyway, Tsokshing. Maybe you're familiar. So for the Lamrim, Lama is this refers to a particular practice system, and there is a book called Assembly Tree, which is really a misnomer. Tsokshing doesn't mean Tsok can mean a group, an assemblage. In this case, Tsok doesn't mean group. It's the accumulation for merit. So it's a merit field, if you want. I said it's merit field. And in the center is a figure representing the root Lama Tsongkhapa. These are his biographical tankas. I'm sure it's here at the center somewhere. And on either side of the Tsokshing, there is at the top, on this side is Manjari, and side is and then surrounding Maitreya and Manjari are the Indian masters. So in the case of starts with Nagarjuna on this side, and then the main Madhyamika scholars, who are the masters of the so-called lineage of the profound view, which in the Lupa school would be Madhyamika school. Pratikika branch of the Madhyamika school. Then on the side is Maitreya. First Indian master is Asanga. And that side represents a lineage that's called the lineage of extensive practices or conduct. It means mainly the Bodhisattva activities. And then below that, on both are mirror images of the same thing, which is three groups, which represent these three Lamrim lineages that Tsongkhapa himself received the Lamrim instruction through. And those three lineages, he received teachers. One was Lodra Drupchen Nanka Gyaltsen, and one which is less known was a scholar named Dragor Khenjing Chögyambo. These lineages is that represent different approaches to practice. Lamrim Chenmo, Tsongkhapa's own work, some of you know, great treatise on the stages of the path. He addresses, early in his text, with that there are two kinds of, this goes into Abhidharma, there are different practitioners, there are different ways of practicing. There's this distinction between Pandita and Kusali. He literally means skillful person. And the difference between these two types of practitioner is that Pandita is what is understood, a scholar or a learned person. So you can learn a system of practice, extensive study of major treatises. One practice may, in a form of where we relies more heavily on Guru Yoga type of than strategy. Kusali is an interesting word because it also refers to a practitioner who doesn't have any outer appearance of a great spiritual practitioner. He or she might, never be known to even be a spiritual, seeker. There is this idea of of the the yogi who is to the local people is a great being, and people think him as a madman or some homeless person. It has that kind of quality in that there's no outer sort of appearance or no outer identifying the person as a practitioner. And there's even in the instruction, there's an instruction that keeping your practice hidden has a way, has a great benefit that it has to keep your spiritual awareness pure and protect. Bebet, which bebet means hidden asceticism. I use the metaphor of a lamp inside a pot. You cannot see it from the outside. So, that term is about by teachers, and the idea is that is the preferred approach to take towards one's practice. Kind of the antithesis of let me how great I am, meaning that you never want to draw attention to yourself. That counters one of the so-called worldly dharmas of wanting people, wanting people to recognize you as being a spiritual practitioner, and that's kind of a psychological obstacle that we have to kind of subdue. Anyway, I digress. So one of these lineages of the Sampa lineages, it's called the Shumbawa. Shumbawa means the lineage of fetuses. In that lineage, there are 6 major works are associated with the Lamrim tradition. 2 of them, they're pairs actually. Sa is in Tibetan. So Sa is short for Bodhisattva Bhumi, Sa. And the work for the Bodhisattva Bhumi is the Mahayana Sutra Alankara. Are very similar. In fact, consider the Bodhisattva Bhumi a commentary on Sutra Alankara. Commentary. It's not a commentary in the sense that it explains the words of the verses of the Sutra Alankara, but a commentary in the sense that it presents the same subject matter. So to Dendrel means it is a text that gives the import of his Mahayana Sutra Alankara, but as a work, it can be read on its own. Those are 2. Another pair is Lava Kunlituba. These are 2 also very important works by, both of them are associated with Shantideva. Many people know the Bodhicharya Avadara, which is a verse text, and for which there are many commentaries, Tibetan commentaries, on verses. But being text, it's sort of for some kind of commentary. So that's something that is pretty well known. The companion work for that is a Sanskrit work, an anthology compiled by the same person, Shantideva, called Shiksha. Shiksha means trainings, retrainings. Samuchaya means collection, compilation. Collection of sutra passages, Mahayana sutra passages, on 3 Mahayana trainings. It's a really wonderful work, extremely important. Even though it's translated into English, the translation is very dated. I'm sure the
Can I just make comments on that?
Oh.
There's a new translation of it out a couple of months.
Oh.
Oxford
hear it. That work, we're not that work, but I could talk about that work if we had time. I'd love to talk about that work. I have to hold myself back. Then the last two treatises among the six are the Jataka Mala, work by Arya Shura, who was a Buddhist poet, and then the Sanskrit version of Dhammapada, which is called the Udana Varga. Udana Varga is a collection very similar to the Dhammapada, which is Pali verses. Udana Varga is they're not exact same verses, but among verses in the two works, probably at least half or more are the same. I haven't really compared the two that closely, but at any rate, sometimes it's referred to as the Sanskrit Dhammapada. And it was very important. It's a very important reason in the Lamrim traditions, quoted very specifically. The Jataka Mala is also hearted, being the stories of the Buddha and the Mahayana path being a path which we emulate. The Buddha in his previous lives referred to as the Bodhisattva. So his life stories are meant to be models for us to live. Anyway, so those are the Adam Shungjuk 6 texts. So one of them is this Bodhisattva Bhumi work. Then, given its size, perhaps, the fact that it's in prose, there are very few Tibetan commentaries on it. I owned one when I was translating it, which from a fairly early period, and it was interesting, but it didn't really help much for the effort of translating the text, and it actually kind of it would be talking about different sections of the book, and then it would quote the Charyavatara for verses that were saying essentially the same thing. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So the Bodhisattva Bhumi is part of this literature of the Yogacara school associated with Asanga. He's given authorship for all of the works in this collection. The collection is pretty large. There's something called the Yogacara Bhumi, which is kind of the kind of the Yogacara school. Some people say the Yogacara Bhumi includes not only the main text, but then also four texts that subjects that are part of the main text make up this collection that Tibetans refer to as Sadenga. The Bhumi collection, so it means that there are several works in it, and it has five sections to it. The main is a text that is made up of 17 bhumis, and among these bhumis, the Bodhisattva Bhumi is actually the 15th section. So the Bodhisattva Bhumi is forwarded one chapter in this 17-section major work. It's an outsized chapter. It's 1/3 of all the seven, in terms of volume, the size of the entire work. And there's another chapter in it, the 13th chapter, is called the Shravaka Bhumi. And is a Sanskrit word for the Hinayana, one of the Hinayana lineages, so-called listeners. It really doesn't mean listeners, it means those who cause others to listen, or cause others to hear. They are propagating the Buddha's words. So maybe here would be better than listener, but Shravaka. And there's a volume on the Hinayana, the teaching the Hinayana path system, just as the Bodhisattva Bhumi is the Mahayana system. And what's important about that is that the elements in the Shravaka Bhumi that are relevant to the topics that are presented in Bodhisattva Bhumi. In other words, he'll only sort of refer to topics that have already been discussed in the Shravaka Bhumi. And so if you really delve into those, you need to read that book as well. So for instance, in the Shravaka Bhumi, the topic of creating meditation, shamatha, right, to achieve a state of tranquility through meditation, is dealt with at least in the Shravaka Bhumi, and well, other than just brief comments about it in the Bodhisattva Bhumi. So the elements of the Shravaka Bhumi that are one is subject matter in the Bodhisattva Bhumi. Want to study it more thoroughly, you need to read this other text as well. So they're connected. And then there's another group of texts which are called so-called Maitreya teachings, the 5 Maitreya teachings. Jamba is the Tibetan for Maya. Chur means, in this case, can mean teaching, and I mean text actually. 5. So 5 works that again attributed, the authorship is attributed to a sangha, but according to tradition, left to a sangha by Maitreya, meaning that a sangha who was a day of Maitreya vision where he came to contact with Maitreya and in fact traveled to Tushita and received the teachings there and then he wrote them down in these 5 texts. And so the authorship is really attributed to Maitreya. And those 5, the Sutra Alankara, which I referred to before, that has a very close connection to the Bodhisattva Bhumi. One is, them are Yogacara works. One Mahayana Sutra Alankara is a Yogacara work in that sort of elements of the Yogacara philosophy, the ultimate truth, are from that point of view. Then 2 others that are definitely Yogacara are also the Madhyanta Vibhaga and Dharma Dharmata Vibhaga. Both of those texts are they both talk about elements of Mahayana practice, but the philosophy side of them is in the Yogacara domain. The final works are the Abhisamaya Alankara and the Ratra Vibhaga, also known as the Uttara Tantra Shastra. The teaching which Kimei Kensho gave this summer in New York on the Uttara Tantra Shastra, which is the subject of which is so-called Buddha nature. The Abhisamaya Alankara, for its part, is mainly a commentary on the Prajnaparamita Sutras, the path system. which is implicit in the Paramita system, sutras. The first text that Tsongkhapa studied when he came to central Tibet. Then he sought out many teachers, among them two in particular, whom he received Lamrim instructions. These three Lamrim instructions, one of them being the one based on these 6 treatises. And he was so impressed, he was so affected by the Lamrim instruction that he wrote to another of his teachers. He had a teacher who was Gyupa, Lama Umapa. Lama Umapa, very important in Tsongkhapa's life because Umapa was someone who was a practitioner of a devotee of Manjushri, and achieved the ability to have contact with Manjushri. He was Baodje. Baodje means Vajra in Sanskrit. He was kind of so, but at any rate, his name Baodje. So at some point, he went back to eastern Tibet, this Lama. Kapa wrote to him. I have a quote of that in the intro. Let's see. This is page 24 of the introduction. And this is really, I mean, I know it's like I've been going on. This is what connect the Bhumi to their teachings. And this is why I chose to translate this book. He wrote a letter. You see, this is a pretty lengthy quote to his teacher, closest spiritual teachers, Lama Mapa Baodje. This is on page 24 of the Roman numeral 24 of the introduction. He wrote to him. It's kind of, at times letters. Tibetan epistolary style is rather formal, so sometimes the construct of the language is rather cracked and difficult to translate, and it's kind of run on a little bit. So he says, previously maintaining a high regard for the great canonical scriptures, as well as the stainless forms of reasoning that seek to fathom their intent, I had developed in a substantial way an understanding of the stages of spiritual knowledge that must be generated in the mind. Now, he had a scholar. He had major philosophical treatises. He was well versed in Buddhist doctrine. So saying there, he said, I had developed in a substantial way an understanding of the stages of spiritual knowledge that must be generated in the mind. So he understood Buddhist doctrine. He said, I did not remain satisfied with that level of understanding. My attitude that was concerned solely with the furtherance of the teaching. So he attributes his aim of being one to help to propagate the teaching and to present. He prayed continuously for blessings to my tutelary deity, and in this case he means Manjushri, whom I read as being inseparable in nature from my guru. I think that's Guru Yoga. Striving to carry out many forms of spiritual practice that are designed to accumulate virtue and eliminate obstacles. He says, I now have an understanding that appreciates the manner in which the canonical scriptures, by the canonical scriptures, that means the word of the Buddha, right? The canonical scriptures in general, and also the treatises that explain their intent. So Shastras. He's talking about major philosophical works, he says. Not in the form of selected excerpts. So not just like some section of a work, or section of a sutra, which teaches a particular topic and studied, which had a profound effect on me when I gained an understanding of it. He says, but in their entirety, he means, and he's saying, not understands how the sort of in a system, in being an overall system, a complete system of practice from the beginning obtainment of the goal. He said, teachings that can be applied to one's spiritual practice. So that is emblematic of what benefit of Lama instruction is. So the Lama instruction is very pithy. I mean, it is arranged according to topics, and the emphasis is entirely on practice. It's not essentially teaching doctrine. It's teaching the elements of instruction that need to be put in practice in order about actual transformation, spiritual transformation. Part about the Lamrim, which always, makes that a system of teaching which I hold in high regard, and which I consider essential in spiritual development. Okay. Then he says, the system of instruction that ascertains this point, right? It is a key that opens up all the, not only sutras, but also really take the substance of the major treatises and gives life to them in the sense of making you appreciate how they are meant to be practiced, how they are meant to be applied to spiritual development. That's huge. If you take Buddhism as something to read about, to be interested in as ideas, it's wrong with that, but that's so far from the intended purpose that you're missing the real point of Buddhism. The real Buddhism is all about to change yourself, to elements in your mind which are flawed, and how to overcome them, how to replace them with positive spiritual state of mind. And Dharma, that is a real Dharma. And so that's what the Lamrim is all about. So then he says, which unerringly establishes the stages of the path associated with both sutra and mantra. I mean, most of us think the Lamrim is a non-tantric teaching. It isn't. The very latter stages of it, Atisha makes reference to the tantric path as those who are inclined to have some devotion towards tantra, and he you to pursue the unique mantra form of Mahayana Buddhism. So they hear reference to both of them. So he says, under the stages of the path, associated with both sutra and mantra for the great vehicle tradition, was by one. Now he's referring to Atisha. He says, once the far shore of the ocean-like philosophical system of both Buddhist schools and of other non-Buddhist traditions, wherein all the crucial elements of the three trainings, I was saying you also practice, represent the essence of the inner science. In culture, there are five major sciences, major areas of learning. One is called Adhyatma Vidya. Adhyatma means taken as the self, or one's individual being. So it also means inner, and that is in Buddhism, science is understood to mean Buddhism itself. So he says the elements of the three trainings represents the essence of the inner science, and who accept them, but also developed an experiential realization of them. That word, experiential realization, the word for that is nyong. Nyong literally means to experience. And what it means is, in terms of the spiritual minds, for example, one of the principal ones is you translate it as renunciation. So renunciation, what is renunciation, is actually a operation to seek liberation, the operation to seek nirvana, just the operation to permanent freedom from existence. And that spiritual attitude is the entry point for the jnana path. It's the jnana path. The essence of that attitude is also fundamental for Mahayana practice. Not just Mahayana generates that attitude in order to pursue Hinayana Nirvana. But generates the desire to be liberated from some existence as a foundation for developing bodhicitta. that and to a certain degree, and that attitude is an example of what's meant here by experiential realization. So here, realization, it means a kind of awareness. If you have the genuine, you have the natural, and you have the very intense desire to yourself. So it's not an intellectual ideal. It's a driving force, and that's something that need to evoke. The nyona is the experience now, and the experience term means you have to bring it out, you have to draw it out, you have to elicit it from within. If you have the potential for it, then meditation is the process by which you actualize it. So there are many elements of experience that are often overlooked, or just listeners are not aware of them. So, for instance, the most basic one, perhaps, is having attachment to this life. This life is then generally achieved by meditating on impermanence. That life is short. That we need to make the most of it. You must be familiar with this idea. So it's the idea of overcoming one's interest, or one's sort of primary concern with matters that relate to this life is non-dharma kind of perspective. So we need, and it's also kind of natural. I mean, the natural worldly person is a person who's has blind on and only sees this life, what's in front of him or her today, here and now, and generally is portrayed as seeking to maximize one's ease here. So that kind of person is a person who is accounted for in the Dharma, you might say. And so overcoming that, inclination, replacing it with a commitment to seek one's spiritual well-being as it relates to physical lives and beyond, and hopefully, developing a desire to achieve the so-called ultimate goals. Those are, very much attitudes that are of a emotional. They're essentially emotions. They're aspirations. They come from faith. They produce virtue of effort, and that to achieve goals of those aspirations. Sort of the drive to do so is an emotional quality. So these spiritual attitudes, these are the experiential qualities that need to be cultivated, that need to be that need to be and the Lamrim is, in my experience, the quintessential body of teachings as well about doing that. And so that's what he's saying here. He says, place. Namely, Bhagavad Shiriyana. He's the person who introduced this system. A great king who was tutored by many learned spiritual teachers. He had many lamas. He attained high levels of realization, so also received blessings from mention over two learning texts. Others, he was an extraordinary being. He was not an ordinary teacher. He says, having recognized the marvelous nature of this body of instruction, it is one that I use exclusively for teaching disciples the state of spiritual development. A person who had become, was a conscious scholar, was introduced to this Lamrim instruction. He was so affected by it that he chose to use that as the main form of instruction for development, to bring spiritual development. And he wrote, he's writing this in his letter to his teacher because this took place to the time that he had spent with that teacher. So he was kind of informing his teacher about this new system that he had, found. And goes on. So anyway, that quoted indicate my approach towards Buddhist practice. Then, in the case of the Bodhisattva Bhumi, one of the resources for one of the Kadampa lineages, in fact, cited throughout the Lamrim Chemo in section of it. Nowhere, to my knowledge, I think in modern times, the Bodhisattva Bhumi is really not something that is very widely within the tradition, and I calculate on why that is. One of the reasons could well be the fact that it's a translation of a Sanskrit text. The Tibetan language itself is natural. It's sort of artificial, and in some ways hard to read, even by a Tibetan, the Tibetan translation of it. The other is just its size. But given it doesn't lend itself easily to, this sort of a setting. Less, it is, I think, for those who are, of Buddhism in general and path in particular, I think it's really an indispensable reason. So, the main part of the Lamrim teaching is the Mahayana part of it. The Mahayana part of it is with generating aspiration, which the defining quality of the Mahayana path, which is to generate the intention or the aspiration to seek enlightenment of others. Bodhisattva. So this book is only and with that element of the Lamrim instruction. So the preliminary part is certainly elements of the book that relate to a section of the Lamrim is particularly relevant for the Mahayana portion of that instruction. And so I don't know how familiar you are with the Lamrim practice. It's ironic that it is as that letter, which Tsongkhapa states so emotionally, a kind of tool in terms of a means of achieving spiritual transformation. Where people mostly know the Lamrim as a thing that you listen to, you hear about the subjects, and you know what the topics are. You can incite them almost like a catechism. Okay, nothing wrong with that. But again, that's really not the point. Instruction, in fact, something that one can practice as intently as any tantric form of instruction. I actually, not to plug a book, but I translated a text, a modern text, on the Lamrim practice, which is called "Look in Our Hands." It was a edited oral teachings given by a 20th century figure, Tibetan Lama, and it's one of the secondary Lamrim works based on the second Panchen Lama's Lamrim text, the shorter Lamrim text, fifth Dalai Lama's Lamrim text, and it also gives instruction on the 7-point training, which some of you were attending here when Guru was talking about that instruction. But the reason I mentioned the text is that text in particular presents the Lamrim very much in terms of how it's to be practiced. In fact, the first third of the book almost is over what are called the preliminary practices, 6 preliminary practices. Like it describes the practice session of the preparation, the meditation, and the conclusion. And so the preparation includes it's not limited to, but an element of it is a dual text in which you that merit field that I was talking about before, and you practice forms of devotion, the Lim Puja in particular, and at the end there's a long series of verses which are they're called Solon Deb. So it means to request and supplication. Please grant me your blessings. And this is an element of Guru Yoga practice, which is meant to infuse you with some kind of inspiration from nature that will make you more fit and more able to generate the spiritual attitudes that you are getting ready to meditate on. And then the main session itself, then you go through this entire range of instructions that make up the whole Lamrim system. And so I mention it because it describes a form of spiritual practice which is very expressly, very systematically laid out, and is in fact taught. It is really the main purpose for giving the Lamrim teachings is to enable you to have the instruction for be able to put it into practice. But it's the put into practice part that is, its real purpose. And ironically, for most of us, get there, get to that point. For a lot of reasons. It's there. I put it out for your consideration to to investigate it somewhat, to understand there is a greater to this practice than reading books. Friends about what we read in the books. Going to Dharma teachings and just listening to what a Lama has to say, and going home and about your normal life. There's a lot. There's a lot that is there that can be done beyond those particular activities, which are not to belittle them, but to say that they're not the real goal. The real goal is to actually practice. I don't really get off on that subject, but as a Westerner, we're all, for the most part, lay people, Westerners, we don't have the leisure. We don't have the free time to devote to practice. I'm sure most of you, some effort, which is commendable. But short of, and we don't have it in the West anyway. We don't have the institutions of them, to really devote yourself to that lifestyle you chose to. So left with is we're left to our own devices. And my experience is, or a number of years with friends, is that's really where the rubber meets the road, and where you have to, as an individual, because we don't really have, we are a Dharma center, but we have kind of the institutional, reasons that kind of make it easier for us to practice. It's really, we have to do it kind of on our own, really, for the most part. To me, what I observed with my own individual case, also with my friends, is time. Interesting thing. I don't want to, sound pretty, so I'll leave it. But it really is a matter of choice. We make choices about what to do with our time, and so that's the area that you have to look at if you're going to create some kind of opportunity for yourself to really get into that mental space where you can cultivate in a systematic way over a whole lifetime. Some you can bring out spiritual transformation in yourself. So I put out that the theme of Buddhism is give us the means, give us the resources to embark on that kind of activity. And Bhumi, me, for some other people, is a resource that contributes to that. So, what I think is the value of the book. So, maybe and address the structure of the work, and then I'll try to delve into some of the topics with whatever time we have. So the book is, as I said, it's the 15th chapter of this large Bodhisattva Bhumi, which is the Mahayana Abhidharma text. A sort of in Buddhism, a history, kind of the early history of Buddhist philosophy is with described as the Abhidharma, and the tradition, which is largely within the Mahayana tradition, of acting sort of the philosophical elements of the Buddhist teaching and kind of systematizing them. There are various traditions. There's a Pali tradition. Then in northern part of India, Buddhism was largely presented in Sanskrit language, and there were lineages of Buddhist teachings, the canons. There were, according to texts, there were something like 18 different historical lineages that are talked about in some of the historical. One of them, well known, is the Sarvastivada tradition, and that tradition is the one that informed, for instance, the great Dharmakosha text of Subandhu, which, interestingly, Vasubandhu didn't really agree with. I mean, he the Sarvastivada tradition, and then he wrote the Abhidharma Kosha, the root text, and in the text he, faithfully, what the whole Sarvastivada views were, and then in the auto commentary to it, he sometimes accepts his difference of opinion with some of those points. But anyway, that work, which is also extremely influential in Tibetan Buddhism, example of Hinayana Abhidharma. And so the Yogacara Bhumi, in I think a very significant way, can be thought of as part of a Mahayana version of that. One way I sort of express the point is that Asanga refers to the text, the end of the book, very end of the book. He uses several phrases for how he would refer to the book, not as a title. Let's see. 663. Alter names for this work, the benefits of supporting its nation. So it's, in this work, which is entitled The Stage of a Bodhisattva, that's Bodhisattva Bhumi, can also be referred to as, and this is a phrase that he uses mostly in the book itself. He calls it, I say it as a manual for the Bodhisattva collection. Probably aware of the Tripitaka. The word Tripitaka means the three so-called baskets, or the three collections of the canon in Sutras, Dharma, and Vinaya. Of canonical literature. There's a footnote in here somewhere identifying the 10 sections of the Buddha's teachings, and this is Asanga's formulation. It's in the 8th chapter, beginning of the 8th chapter. In there, one of those 12 sections is called Pulya. By Pulya means very extensive, very long. That was an allusion to the fact that some Mahayana sutras are rather lengthy. So this section of the Buddha's writings is, in fact, the Bodhisattva Pitaka, if you like. Refers to this book, the Bodhisattva Bhumi, as the Sanskrit word marka, a marka for the Bodhisattva Pitaka. And marka it's a question, well, what does that word mataka mean? And mataka is a term that is in the early Abhidharma, generally understood to mean sources. I remember in school, and there were people who said they thought Abhidharma was just so boring because it was a bunch of lists about, you know, how many of thises there are, how many of that's there are, and, you know, what's the point? There's nothing really very inspiring about that. The point is that you're supposed to know what of those lists were, and if you didn't know that, then they sort of come to life a little bit. But anyway, the word mataka was meant to be sort of this. It was like it was almost as if, you know, you was like your cheat sheet of your understanding of, you know, what Buddhist teaching is all about. It was a very formalized way of sort of collecting, you know, way of describing doctrines, Buddhist teachings. And so it was a term that was used to describe kind of the early forms of the Abhidharma literature. I said a little bit different way in this text, and I won't take more time than that to talk about it, because I do discuss it in the introduction, what that word actually means. It refers to the fact that he says that there's a in Buddhist Maya that describes personal teachings and definitive teachings. A term that is found in Mahayana in particular, and it's meant to resolve the appearance of inconsistencies among various teachings of Buddha gave. The provisional teachings is a word which really means that which needs to be interpreted, that which is explained. See, it's not meant to be a Buddha's final teaching. In fact, for example, from the point of view of Mahayana, the teaching of Four Noble Truths is a provisional teaching in the sense that it implies that the Four Truths, or the subject matter, the five khandhas, for instance, are an important part of the Four Truths, are that they are permanent entities, not us. And so from the point of Mahayana, that's not the case. Right? Although the Buddha taught the Four Noble Truths, he said, I'm teaching you the truth of suffering, and by the way, this is a self-existent form. He did do that, but if you follow the application of the teachings of the Four Truths, you come to the conclusion that they're suggesting that the world is real, that there is a physical world, that there is a mental world. So from the point of Mahayana, that did not represent the Buddha's understanding of reality, and therefore it's put into this category of provisional teachings. On the other hand, then the things which contain, from the Mahayana point of view, the final understanding of view, to kind of put it in a just way, those sutras are sutras that come in the category of different teachings. So for instance, from the Manjusha school point of view, that would be Pratiparamita Sutras, for example, which directly and explicitly are talking about the nature of reality as being void of self-existence. Of the Matakas, the collection of those instructions which represent teachings on what is to be taken as of definitive importance. So his is therefore an extract of all the essential contained in all the Bodhisattva literature, of which there are many extensive only a small portion of them were translated into Tibetan. There is an element to the content of that instruction, which then I have to take one moment to address. So I mentioned the Lamrim instruction. In the Lamrim teaching, there are many things about Lamrim. I mean, Lamrim is clear to me. I guess about it for long. It's a very precise. I mean, you delve into it, and that's about it. Most of this is how kind of very exact it is, scientific in a sense. So the Lamrim instruction is said to have four so-called greatnesses. Mahatmya, right? Mahatmya means literally, quality of greatness, which are the greatness which means sort of the most important aspects of that body of instructions. One of them is Sungrab Tamjedatu Charwa. Sungrab means prajna, means the word of the Buddha. Sungrab means all the word of the Buddha. Charwa. Charwa means it will take on the quality of being personal instruction. That means instruction, avavana. So that's a very, I won't drop up, there's a quote in the Lamrim Chemo describes that. And to me it's very, it has sense to it. It's like if you read a sutra, the sutras have, very sort of formal style to them. There's a repetitiveness to them sometimes because they were often many memorized and repeated. But it was always immediate what the full extent of the meaning is. So the idea is that personal instruction, there's quality to it. When a teacher, when a qualified spiritual teacher is instruction, and I've been on the receiving end of this, so I can speak from first experience. I had a teacher, my own personal teacher, I had the rare opportunity to know her. I passed away. And he started teaching, and he used to talk about it certain times when he was giving, he was giving an initiation, for instance. Nobody else that's here in the room, don't about the fact that you're all here together, and here we are, and you're listening to to give a talk. Listen as if that person is talking to you and you alone. And then, listen to the instruction is being given to you intently is inside your own head and talk to you. And as the person is talking to you, this is actually talking to you. Your teacher is talking to you. But like, a voice inside your own head, and that what you're listening to is telling you about you, about your own mind, sort of. And that's just like, look at this inside you, look at this part inside you, look at this quality that you have. Take note of that. And then, this is not a good quality. This is something that you need to, overcome, or you need to get up. I don't know, here's a good quality. This is a quality you need to bring out and you have to develop. So actually is a quality where experientially you hear a teaching in such a direct way. It's amazing. It's you know, I shake my head. To experience it, and the element of Buddhism as well. That's very hard to know about. That is the part about Buddhism which is so the fact that mode of communication exists. I mean, I'm a reasonably educated person. I know how to teach her anywhere who could communicate in that way. Just amazing. So anyway, that instruction. So Sumanja Danga Pachara means that one of the advantages, one of the unique qualities of the Lama instruction is that if you learn the Lama instruction, it gives you a way of intending the canonical scriptures in such a way that they will take on that quality of being like personal instruction. So that way you should go about the Bodhisattva Bhumi. Bodhisattva Bhumi should do anyway. I mean, that was my intent in saying the text. I say that for another reason, and that is that there is not very, it's not technical. It's not very, it does not go into the language of Abhidharma, which is a very, which is a very kind of specialized language. This is, on practice. It's highly enriched. If we were to have the opportunity to learn sort of the Abhidharma instruction, then that instruction sort of it gets it's kind of how do you say it, sort of magnifies its authenticity. Me. And so the Bodhisattva Bhumi in that sense has that sort of more intellectual, and I mean a good word, intellectual way of informing the intent of the Lama teachings in such a way, enriching it. And so that's the value of this book. Anyway, I wanted to make that point. So this is it's out with the topic of Gotra. Gotra means spiritual lineage. It means what in the West usually referred to as Buddha nature. From there, my last chapter is giving you the qualities of a Buddha. It describes Buddhahood in terms of 140 qualities. 112 of those are the well-known physical attributes, the 32 major marks and the 80 secondary marks. So that's 112. So you only have, how many, 28 left besides that? Anyway, Buddhahood is taught in terms of those 140 qualities. So in between, the book divided into 3 sections. Yogasthana. Yoga means kind of, mental training, working the mind, or sthana, then subject. So it's kind of subjects of spiritual that relate to spiritual practice. And the first one is the support. I try to support, right? That's a word which is addressed in the book. By the way, if you're interested, there are copies of the book on the table over here. I don't have it. probably, I know some of you have it, probably a good number of you don't have it. You see it in the book, I as the translator, was able to get it at a discounted price. So it's $30 if you're interested. Or if you just use it while you're here, I'll just copy. So I will refer to the book. So if you're you know. So it starts out on page 1, I think it's page 3, which is the opening lines of the first chapter. 10 topics serve to encompass the Bodhisattva's path of the Great Field together with its results. The 10. Okay? It says they are support marks, factions, superior attitudes, pleasurable states, births, embracing the stages, conduct, and preeminence. That's I'm sure you get a lot out of what those understood seem to be referring to. Support refers to the first book. The first book of the text comes under the category of support. And that book, in terms of volume of the text, is about 4 quarters text. So it's actually 18 chapters is support. And what that means is it's the foundation of the practice. And he interprets the word foundation or support in ways. Get to. The second book, chapters in the second book are mainly practice itself. Sort of not so much the practice as the development that are gained through practice. So, for instance, the last chapter of the second book, which is here, these 10 pleasurable states. That's a kind of word for spiritual development. Maybe translation, I don't know. Anyway, it's translating the word vihara. Some of you know the word vihara. You think of the word vihara, it means like a center. Like a Bodhisattva is a temple or something like that. Which does mean, by the way. The word vihara here is a synonym for, he uses it as a substitute for bhumi. So that chapter, which is translated as pleasurable states, is one chapter. It's interesting. The book is supposed to be a collection of instruction from all Mahayana scriptures, but there are very few references to specific Mahayana scriptures throughout the text. And it was for the exercise of translating was to identify some of the canonical sources that this material is taken from. Some of the footnotes I do make reference, but that chapter is the one exception of Vihara. Chapter is essentially an abbreviated. So remember the Reader's Digest print? Okay, so it's like the Reader's Digest version of Bhumi Sutra. Sutra, I don't know if you know it by the name, Dasha 10. Bhumi, you can say the stages. Important Mahayana Sutra, can't state it. It's included in the Avatamsaka Sutra, another Sanskrit word for a very large sutra that is, I don't know how many chapters it is. Avatamsaka Sutra is stated into English. This is in the bibliography if you're interested. Avatamsaka Sutra has been translated. It's quite a translation by a very well-known scholar, linguist, Thomas Cleary, translated mainly from he's known for Chinese translation, and also as a Sanskrit. It's known as the Flower Ornament Scripture. you are in Buddhist books, this is a good one. The thing is, it's a little pricey. It's huge. It's much bigger than double this. Anyway, one of the chapters in the Avatamsaka Sutra is Dasha Bhumi Sutra. And that sutra is the preeminent description of the 10 Bodhisattva stages. Qualities are. And I mentioned the Mahayana Sutra Alankara, it makes reference to them. This book has a chapter devoted to really just taking out all the highlights of that entire sutra and putting them into a presentation. He actually, more than just the 10 bhumis. Because of, as I said, makes his chapter, there are 13. So what are the extra 3? This one is the of possessing the spiritual lineage, which is the first chapter. The spiritual lineage is the capacity to be able to pursue any one of the Buddhist paths to its final point. So there are 3 main spiritual lineages: pursue the path of the Shravakas, the path of the Pratibuddhas, and the path of Mahayana Bodhisattvas path. So in this case, when it says the stage of the spiritual lineage, he means to possess the spiritual lineage of Mahayana path, first bhumi, of the way he talks about it, not in the way it's in the sutra. That bhumi of the 13 is an interesting question because it's also not in the sutra on the 10 bhumis, but rather this is something from it's discussed in the the Shastras, for instance. There's a whole body of literature of how to progress along the Mahayana path, and one of the stages is called the Ati-charya Bhumi. Ati is kind of a spiritual attitude, which I translate as devotion. Has an element of conviction or determination. What it means in this case is it's a stage at which you have not yet achieved direct realization of reality, ultimate of emptiness. So therefore, your proceeding, your conduct, charya means conduct, your conduct is based on essentially a conceptual understanding of emptiness. I have not yet gained a direct understanding of emptiness. So the 3 arya path, we can talk about it, there's a lot more you can say about it. But at any rate, it's one of the 13 that Asanga talks about. And it's very interesting because you don't normally see descriptions of that arya stage. And so it has good qualities to it, and because at that point you have a correct understanding of emptiness, you've achieved shamatha, you have, well, necessarily, ideally you've achieved shamatha and vipassana, which are very important elements of spiritual practice, but you've not yet achieved direct relation. So in other terminology, there's the stage is identified as beginning with darshana marga, means the path of seeing, when you gain direct insight into reality. Darshana, when you achieve that stage, then arya. In Mahayana stage, then arya. Prior to that, just prior to that, it's often referred to as prayoga marga. Prayoga means a number of things. Again, it means like a means of application. In this case, it means that which sort of delivers you. It's a dharma. There is a word yud, the root, which is you. So it means it's a necessary process to have to undertake in order to get to that direct realization. So it's a great. Asanga discusses, not in huge detail, but in important ways, what it's like during that stage of development, in the sense of what what are the limitations? What are the things that are still holding back the Bodhisattva? Which are, are overcome by that, monumental, point when you become an Arya. Once you become an Arya, there's no going back. You're irreversible. You're destined in every sense of the word for enlightenment. So, milestone to say the least. So those are the 2 stages, in addition to the 10, which are Arya Bodhisattva stages. Gives you only 12, and then he has the 13th Bhumi is Buddhahood itself, which is not counted among those 10 either. So anyway, that's how he comes up with the number 13. So you're confused. At any rate, that chapter is the second largest chapter in the book, and is a real of the second part of the treatise, because it describes what is the development, the process of development that you go through, will in fact cultivate all that is presented in the first 18 chapters. So the first chapters are giving you the foundation, the resource that you need to have, the knowledge, the understanding, which applied can you to then go through the stages of development that are the second book. And the third book, the final book, is essentially describing stages of perfection. So it's not limited to Buddhahood, but it's about levels of practice that very Bodhisattvas and sort of some of the principles that are indicative of their practice that are beyond the capabilities of normal persons. And then finally, a presentation of Buddhahood itself. I just make a note, get to it. There's discussion of the so-called powers, the 10 powers. This is a well-known, relation. It's not the Mahayana. It's something that has been a part of Buddhist literature throughout Buddhist writings. Just to describe the Buddha as someone who possesses 10 powers. Mental powers. They are mental powers. They're usually thought as forms of wisdom because they're described as knowledge, as jnana. Jnana means knowledge, and in this case, a kind of transcendent knowledge, which only Buddhas have, the 10 powers. The presentation of those 10 powers in this text is far, in my exposure to Tibetan Buddhist literature, the most comprehensive discussion of those 10 powers that you'll find. It's valuable for that alone.
What chapter is that?
That is in the chapter called Preeminence. Starts. It says, you see, it's the 4 forms of complete purity. Those are 4 of the 140, and then right after that, on 622 starts the 10 powers. It's really amazing. That presentation, by the way, since I'm not staying on topic that tight, it is mainly theoretical descriptions. In other words, there are, in a variety of sutras, you'll see sort of the formulaic way of describing the 10 powers that Buddhas have. And they're presented in a particular language. And so each one of them, in the footnotes, I've given a translation of the full passage, the kind of official way of describing that power. And let's see if we can If we have it here. Got it. What?
622.
Even where they start, I'm looking for.
635. 635.
Is it 69 with one aspect?
I'll find it. There we go. It's not. It's 623. Okay. So, I'm 623. We footnote 1472. So, you can see it right away because the beginning of the footnote makes some reference to the word Tathagata. But then, so Anga addresses here all the significant terms and phrases that appear in the canonical descriptions for each of the 10 powers. Okay, you can see the powers. It starts on 623. It's called the power of knowledge regarding proper condition. Yeah, and so the things that are in quotes are actually words that are in that passage. Then here in the same footnote, 1472. Then I said the complete passage that relates to this power declares. And so here it is. This is the formula which describes the first of these 10 powers. And for successive powers, in a footnote section, I give those passages. And so this presentation, the first part of this presentation, largely explaining those terms. So. To me, and then, but he doesn't stop with that. I mean, hopefully we'll get to that probably tomorrow. On page 639, after described each of the powers individually up to this point, then he goes into an analysis of them, and that's, I think, very, very useful and very productive. See aspects of a Tathagata's 10 powers. There's 7 different ways of discussing. One of what's their essential nature and blah, goes on. Okay? All right. So those are the 3 main sections. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice. So the first section, the support, is kind of a presentation of the instruction, of the doctrine itself, that a practitioner who wants to pursue the path.
Can I give you some more water?
I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Is the path that you will gain by practicing, and then finally the culmination. So, going to that opening sentence where he says that the subject matter of the text is contained in these 10 topics. If you look at it, the first word support, is in all of the first 18 chapters in the first section. That's of them, moral action, superior attitudes, pleasurable states, births, embracing, stages, conic, eminence. So that's 9. Those of the remaining 10 chapters. Those remaining 10 chapters is sort of conflating the last chapters in the text. So it means that those 10 topics, the first is the first book, and the remaining ones are each of the individual chapters that come in book 2 and book 3. Then maybe I'll make this point, and then that's about all the time we have for it. So he takes this term support, and he says, what is the support? And this is all taking place within the context of the first chapter, which is spiritual lineage. And now he gives the word support 3 interpretations. He says that he interprets the word support three ways. One is the spiritual lineage itself is the support. Without the spiritual lineage, you would make effort fruitlessly. This is capacity. Even if you tried, it's not the way it's meant to be understood. But the sense is that sort of, with having the capacity to develop spiritually, it occurs. So this is a kind of essential quality. So spiritual is a support in that sense. As you see here, he says, depending upon and relying upon the great vehicle spiritual lineage. So that's an importance, because there is a doctrine there is a position in the Yoga school about spiritual lineage, a little bit more deterministic. If you went to the teaching that Gyuin Kensur gave in New York, it was actually the Yogacara, the Madhyamika notion of spiritual lineage, which is going to achieve enlightenment, the capacity to become a Buddha, and beyond that, everyone is going to become a Buddha at some point. So that's a very uplifting message. And in fact, the Madhyamika view. Yoga is, at least this particular version of it, that's not true. That's not always the case. So if you look at the Mahayana Sutra Alankara, has chapter 3, so addresses the topic of spiritual lineage. That there's basically who have spiritual lineage and who don't have spiritual lineage. And just the people who don't have spiritual lineage, for all time, they will never achieve enlightenment. Claim. Then, among those who do have spiritual lineage, there's two categories. There's those who are whose spiritual lineage is fixed, certain. Those whose spiritual lineage is not fixed. And the idea is that a person who has the capacity to achieve Hinayana Nirvana, for instance, okay, so if they were to pursue the Hinayana path, and that would be an indication that their spiritual lineage was of that vehicle. Persons may start out practicing the Hinayana path, meet with a Mahayana spiritual teacher, may be influenced by the Mahayana spiritual teacher, and choose to follow the Mahayana path. In fact, then speak and become a Mahayanist. So that's an example of a person whose spiritual lineage was not fixed. Right? It's also true. If as a Mahayanist, I think it's a task and form to path and pursue that to its end. So that is a person uncertain spiritual lineage. And in Mahayana literature, many kind of warnings not to allow that to happen. Among the persons who don't have the capacity to seek enlightenment, then, and it's mentioned, it is indicated here, it's much more clearly mentioned in Mahayana Alankara. Those who are only that way temporarily, people who are permanently sort of damned almost. This is kind of a formulation of the topic of spiritual lineage according to the Yogacara school. Anyway, the Mahayana path, the spiritual lineage, with capacity to, in fact, pursue the path, And so successfully, dependent upon possessing that quality in yourself, which endows you with that ability. So that's the essence of lineage. Then he goes, he says, therefore, the physical spiritual lineage is called a support in that it's a capability. Right? You are able, you are capable, you are able. If you prepare yourself, to in fact, then the second support is in fact uses similar language. I'm on page 4, by the way, second paragraph. In this context, through depending upon and relying upon the initial development of enlightenment mind, and translation of bodhicitta is enlightenment mind. It's literally bodhi is enlightenment, citta mind. So it's bodhicitta. I translate as enlightenment mind. The aspiration to achieve enlightenment, Buddhahood, uses the qualifying as initial development of Buddha. So in Tibetan, the is get sense mind. In this case, is Bodhi. Get is to develop it for the first time. He says, it says, by doing that, Bodhisattva can apply himself or herself to generosity and the rest of the 6 paramitas, right? Merit, the accumulation of wisdom, and all the entities that are conducive to enlightenment. So in other words, until bodhicitta, you're not practicing the path. You have the capacity to pursue the Mahayana path, good. But until bodhicitta, you're not to actually embark on the path. So generating bodhicitta is itself a support. It's the essential attitude that marks into the path and which qualifies you to be practicing those spiritual endeavors that make the path. So bodhicitta itself also is a support. Okay? And the third one is this is a word. There's a Buddhist term which is I hope I'm not by giving you Sanskrit words. I'm not going to just throw out Sanskrit words. I'll sort of give you a translation of them. It helps kind of meaning by using the words. Also, some of you may know the words. So there's a term, 37 factors that are conducive to enlightenment. Very important phrase that describes different kind of stages of development. We all know the word Eightfold Noble Path. So the Noble Path, in fact, is the last group of qualities in this formation of 37. And it's called Bodhi. Bodhi now means enlightenment. Bodhisattva. Paksha, or a side, like a party, right? Like someone who is, I don't mean it's like fun party, I mean a party like a political party or a group. Kind of enlightenment means things that are in pursuit of enlightenment, or things which are favorable to the pursuit of enlightenment. So bodhipaksha, so things which are literally on the side of, things that are on the side of enlightenment. So there are things that are conducive to enlightenment. And then dharma, in this case, means qualities, spiritual qualities. So bodhipaksha dharma means spiritual qualities which are conducive to enlightenment. Now, it's often associated with this group of 7 practices, but here he uses it in a broader sense, and all qualities that are conducive to enlightenment and support. It's not as this in the third sense. Relying upon and depending upon that very means of application to the Bodhisattva practice. So, by means of application, he means in the 6 paramitas, practicing the path itself. He said, a Bodhisattva will bring to completion unsurpassed, true, and complete enlightenment. Therefore, the activity of applying oneself to the Bodhisattva practice is called support. It brings to completion a Bodhisattva's great enlightenment. So the third sense of support, right? The support is all the subjects that one needs to know in order to apply oneself after one has generated bodhicitta in order to actually make it to the ultimate goal. So there are the 3 senses of support. One is the spiritual lineage, the Buddha nature. Is the bodhicitta that has to be actualized in order to embark on the path, and then is the actual method of practice that can be applied. Because you don't get to Buddhahood by wishing for it. You need joy, right? Joy means application. It means you have to intention, and that's intention, the will of the path. Well, so that's the interpretation of that first of those 10 topics. And that's the subject matter of Book 1. So I think we're out of time now for the first session. And so now, in the afternoon, try to go through different areas in that first book. And that's probably all we'll have time for in the afternoon.
What time did you want to start back again? Yeah. Okay. You got it right? Well, yeah. That looks right, right? Yeah. She's trying to put it on right away.
Is that Bob can't get? Forget it. Just forget.
Do you have internet? She could just call in from the phone. There she does. Yeah.
What she gave her the meeting number.
Okay. All right. So. What? Oh, thank you. I think I just did.
It has a battery, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, I'll pick a few topics that I think might you find interesting are important, and I'm going to do something with the first couple of them, which may eat up some time, so I'll try to take too long. But I will give you an idea of how there's a lot here. I mean, you can read through it and get a sense of what the text is talking about, but that does not mean that you have exhausted what's there, so to speak. So, for example, page 5, he gives kind of the classic definition of spiritual lineage to the Yogacara school. Says, here's the two types of spiritual lineage. This is a heading, 5. And so what is the spiritual lineage? And things that are in parentheses are in brackets, are not literally in the text, but they're implied. So just to clarity's sake, I include them. So when he's talking about the spiritual lineage here, he's talking about Bodhisattva spiritual lineage. He's not talking about, the Hinayana spiritual lineage, for example. So, says in brief, Bodhisattva spiritual lineage is of two types: that which exists naturally and has been developed. This is a classic, distinction. There's two kinds of spiritual lineage. The one that exists naturally, it means you have it, but it's actually invisible. It's not evident. It's not manifest. Only Buddhas have the capacity to recognize it. This is a kind of an interesting kind of convey what that's talking about. But for example, according to traditional system, in order for a man or woman to enter the Sangha as an ordained person, the person had to be, in some sense, evaluated, you could say. And the person who was doing the evaluating didn't have to be the Buddha, had to be some presumably capable person, had to, in some way, that person had, and then is Tarva Chatungi Getsa. Getsa means root virtue. It means it has some kind of spiritual potential that allows them, to develop the kind of spiritual qualities would, in theory, to achieve nirvana. So, Tarva in Tibetan is the word for moksha, is the synonym for liberation. So, Chatungi Getsa, Tarva Chatungi Getsa, Chatun means so which is of the class or of the type that to liberation. In fact, that phrase is sometimes given as a synonym for renunciation, meaning that the kind of definition that you have the ability to develop aspiration to achieve nirvana because it marks the entry point for the path. So these candidates were supposed to be, look in some way, whatever that means, to determine whether, in fact, they have capacity to become monks and nuns who would, in fact, devote themselves to Buddhahood. They wouldn't just, just be there and enjoy a life of inactivity or something. And I'm saying that's the main point was to, deter people like that. But the point is, you don't become a monk or a nun unless it's determined that you are capable of and you are likely to kind of attitudes to pursue the goal. There is in fact a very famous story in which I think I'm not 100% sure. Shariputra looked at a certain person. I think it was an older person as well, and he didn't determine that that had that potential capacity, and so he didn't want to allow the person to enter the Sangha. So, as the story goes, the Buddha then took this person and said, yes, this person does have that virtue root, and this was some kind of very extraordinary. It's a funny story, actually. It was that the virtue root that he got was that in some previous lifetime he had been born as a fly, ended on piles of manure or something. That manure happened to be carried around a stupa. I guess probably this way, by water in a rain or something. And that fly circumambulated that stupa. That constituted the sufficient virtue. This is actually a story. The point is, quality was not perceptible to any except the Buddha. One thing about the Buddha is that there are sort of the different ways in the Abhidharma. They say the Buddha had no limitation as opposed to time or space, or the different variety of things, the subtlety of karma, and those are things that only Buddhas have. Another was Moggallana. His mother had away. He wanted to find out where his mother had been reborn. He couldn't find her. And Moggallana was a person he was the disciple who had the great spiritual powers. Among the spiritual powers are, clouds. And so he found where his mother. So he was limited by space. So it was like that. So saying that the actual quality of this innate spiritual lineage is, and he uses the word here, let's see. And when and talks about it as being, there's a next page 6, it says, a form of the spiritual lineage that has not yet borne fruit is subtle. The innate form of spiritual lineage means there's no outer sign, evidence. There's no discernible external evidence that the person in question, in fact, has this Bodhisattva lineage. You can observe. And it says it's not because of the absence of any fruit. It means that there's no way of identifying. And there's that has borne fruit is distinct. Distinct means it's evident by virtue of the presence of that fruit. And that is sort of the second one of those, which is the kind of spiritual lineage that has been developed. So that's a very important note. So there is this idea in terms of a person's pursuit of the Dhamma that you awaken. The Rikseva that's kind of mixing the metaphor, but you say in the seed, right? You have to cause seed to begin to sprout, to begin to bear fruit, and then you will then have manifest evidence of the fact you have the potential to pursue the Dharma. And in chapter there is a section which is called Signs. Starts on page 8 and goes on to almost to the end of the chapter, I think, to page 16. It's extraordinary. These are the signs are the kind of that a person who's not yet a bodhisattva, but whose spiritual gene or spiritual lineage has awakened, and that person is exhibiting these kinds of qualities. This is really, to me, I found reading those descriptions really telling as a person who's interested in Mahayana practice, what is it really like to be a Bodhisattva? I mean, how does a Bodhisattva actually think? How does a Bodhisattva, how do they react to, things that they encounter in life? So, for example, here it says, the signs that occur in relation to perfection and generosity. And this goes on for about 2 minutes. So it says, in the Bodhisattva naturally takes pleasure in being generous. As one continues to have and possess objects that are suitable for giving, one is inclined to share them with others continuously and without interruption. One is a joyous mind, not just distress. One may only have a small amount of something. One has a splendid gift, not one that is inferior. About shame at having failed to practice generosity. One uses generosity to others and instills in them a desire to be generous. Someone who is being generous, a Bodhisattva is delighted, feels very happy. And you get a sense of, a kind of, personality almost, if you like, of what it is to be a Bodhisattva. And for me, it's a mirror, right? It's a mirror to say, is the way I am, do I have these characteristics? Or, and for the part, you pretty much fall short most times. It's a reminder. That is it. I mean, this is what it's really like. This is what you're supposed to be like. And it's natural. It's supposed to be genuine. Right? So, even to this topic, which is a very important topic, in the Gelugpa school, I mentioned earlier that one of the major texts that I studied is the Abhisamaya Alankara. The Abhisamaya Alankara is a commentary to the Prajnaparamita Sutras, the path system in the Prajnaparamita Sutras. So it is in fact a Madhyamika. It's identified as being a that presents philosophy that is aligned with the Madhyamika school, the middle way school, Nagarjuna school. And in the first chapter of the Abhisamaya Alankara, there's sort of 10 points that are associated with Buddha's knowledge of everything. It's called Buddha's supreme knowledge. One of them is love, and then it is defined as the support of the practice. The support of the practice is in fact spiritual lineage. At that point in the treatise, then one monastery then studies what that Madhyamika version of spiritual lineage is, Abhisamaya Alankara. And so the point, I wanted to bring this up partly because of the topic of the teaching this past summer was in fact on this very topic. And Gilles are very touched on the difference between the Yogacara school and the Madhyamika school. So here is the Yogacara school says, and I'm going to text, page 5. Regarding this topic, the very end of the text of the text on this page, it says, regarding the great vehicle spiritual lineage that exists naturally, right? So we're talking about that particular form of the spiritual lineage, is the quality of Bodhisattva's 6 bases. Now, if you know something about Dharma, that probably doesn't mean a whole lot. The 6 bases are entities that are directly related to cognitive process, the process of generating awareness. So bases, they're ayatanas. So outer, and those are the five objects of the senses, plus object of mind consciousness. The six bases that are inner are the six faculties. They're onto those six forms of consciousness. So there's the outer inner bases are the two conditions which, when they meet, are main cause for the arising of a corresponding form of consciousness. The basis of visual form and the basis of the eye faculty, then there arises the sensory perception of eye consciousness, right? So we're talking about the six inner bases, meaning the six faculties, the five physical supports of sense consciousness, and the faculty of mind consciousness, which is itself the mind. And of course, this is Vichara school, which there is no real physical matter. When we're saying the five faculties, which are normally in our Dharma described as some kind of physicality, they actually are physicality only in the sense of being mental constructs. Right? So we say the five inner bases, we're actually talking about the element of the mind, which is the inner condition for rising of mind consciousness. And if you look, let's see, there's a note 11 here is for that phrase, six bases, and I describe, there's one major commentary, in commentary to the Bodhisattva Bhumi. It's very, very important. I used it extremely heavily in doing this text because it's a word commentary, and it provided a lot of interpretations of different phrases, how to understand them. So you'll see if you read it, there are references. So the ovation BBHVY is that in the commentary. So here, there are actually three explanations. Why did, in fact, Anga say the spiritual lineage, in this case the spiritual lineage for Bodhisattva, is an attribute of the five inner bases. So it's saying it's a quality of it, right? It's a quality of the six inner bases. And when the quality of the six inner bases, it's saying it's not the six inner bases themselves, right? Because the inner faculty, whose is to serve to produce a form of consciousness, that faculty. I'm not saying the faculty itself is the spiritual lineage, but it's some attribute of the faculty. It's some quality of the faculty. It's some particular aspect of that faculty that carries with it the potential to develop the spiritual path. A Sangha identifies as a spiritual lineage, especially the innate form of the spiritual lineage. Now, the thing is that in the Yogacara school, that is the language of Abhidharma. That's a conditioned entity. That's something that is quality produced. It is conditioned. It's impermanent. It's something that, as faculties themselves, are impermanent and developing through time. The attribute of that faculty qualifies it as the faculty of someone who has the capacity to develop in the path. That sort of, is carried, qualities carried on piggyback with that faculty. So, in definition that is given here in the Yogacara work. Now, if you take the Galupa commentaries of the Avisamaya Alankara, they criticize that. Abhisamaya Alankara takes the Madhya position, if you remember what we studied this summer, was that spiritual lineage in is really the emptiness of the mind. Emptiness of the mind is the quality that makes it possible for a person to eliminate mental faults, the mental afflictions, the obstructions to knowledge, need to be abandoned in order to achieve the ultimate goal. But that's a fundamental difference. I said that just now in the way I presented it to you. Say okay, but you don't really, it really resonates very much, shall we say? So, the Indian commentator of the Abhisamaya Alankara is a scholar known as Vimukta Sena. He wrote earlier commentary to the Abhisamaya Alankara, and then I won't go into the history of all the literature, but Bhadra is the main author. Anyway, it's in this tradition. So in the Galupa text, the analysis of the subject of spiritual lineage is the form of first looking at the position and then criticizing it, and then describing why the Madhyamika school position is correct. I would be here if I go through all this material, but it's kind of basic difference. And this is Gyuma Kinsa actually said this. So it says there's a contaminated mind. Contaminated here means the mind. You can say it's short for the mind of Arya, or a mind of someone who has achieved realization of ultimate truth. So that key to reaching enlightenment is getting to the point where you begin to abandon the mental affliction. So the definition that is assigned to the Yara position is sabun. So sabun is seed. The seed for an contaminated mind. So seed means that capacity or potential to develop a contaminated mind. I gave that definition. The definition is slightly different. It says, Buddha, Sangyesu Gyur Rumwa. Sangyesu Gyur means to become a Buddha. Rumwa means which is capable of becoming a Buddha. So two distinct definitions of spiritual lineage as developed in the school. And Muktasena argues, he says, if you say that the definition of the spiritual lineage, especially the innate form of spiritual lineage, is that capacity to generate a mind to use ultimate truth, then you're doing it as a cause, right? It's a thing which has the causal property to produce the result of an uncontaminated mind. Cause, but Buddhism, the only thing that's a causal entity is a conditioned entity. Empty cause. Empty is an unconditioned entity. It actually do anything. So the Muktasena argues innate form of the spiritual lineage is a cause, then differentiate between that and the developed form of the spiritual lineage. The developed form of the spiritual lineage itself is also actual qualities. When you start to manifest compassion, when you start to develop, patience, when you have devotion towards the Mahayana scriptures and doctrine, those are the four. Those are three. What's the fourth one is conduct. Then in descriptions that Asanga is of the signs of all the six, each of the six professions, six paramitas. These signs are signs that the person who possesses that spiritual gene will in fact engage in the conduct of those that are related to those six paramitas. None of the signs. So really what Asanga talks about in that section of the first chapter, those signs are signs of the developed form of the spiritual lineage. So there's something that's meant to be distinct between the innate form of the spiritual lineage and developed form of the spiritual lineage. The innate form of the spiritual lineage is a potential dormant. It can't be seen. So Vimukta Sen is arguing it is a kind of capacity, a kind of cause. Then, in of its essential nature, it's how do you distinguish between it and the developed form of bodhicitta, of the spiritual lineage? He says you don't. He says that definition doesn't sufficiently account for the unique aspect of the innate form of spiritual, and therefore he says it doesn't represent the correct or accurate interpretation. And then, if you take the Madhyamika point of view, then it is merely the mind's capacity, that sort of, potential, that the mind can, in fact, be divested of its faults. That's really the innate form of spiritual lineage. And nothing about it per se. It's really the possibility. And possibility is one that is inevitable, in fact, for everyone, only if and when the conditions come together for you to, in fact, begin to free yourself of those faults. Really significant distinction. So I don't know if I lost you on the what should I say, on the subtlety of distinction, but let me just say, so this is Tsongkhapa's own, he wrote this at a very young age. I think he wrote this when he was 30, commentary to the Abhismaya Alankara, very long, it's almost 2 volumes, and it's very scholarly, many quotes. So he has a very nice point. So he says, in general, the ability for sentient beings to develop their spiritual qualities in their mind, and the capacity to abandon the obstacles, being a condition, right, which it makes it possible for spiritualities to arise and possible for obstacles to be eliminated. He says, he defined the spiritual in that sense, this possibility. He says, the Yogacara school and Madhyamika school would be in perfect agreement with that. They would not have any quarrel over that definition. They also said, more, the capacity to eliminate obstacles then is evident by the fact, or due to the fact, that obstacles are, used the phrase, adventitious. Adventitious means they are not something are innate to the mind. That part of the very makeup of consciousness. There's some kind of overlay that you can strip them away from consciousness, and then the mind in its pure state can be, manifested. So he says the fact that the faults be eliminated is due to the fact that those faults are not innate. It's also common to the Yogacara school and the Mika school. So it's not for them. That notion is come to them. He said, where they differ is, what does it mean to be adventitious? How is it that we are to understand that the faults are capable of being eliminated, and what is the method by which that occurs? Then here's a statement which becomes, now you get this is sort of exposing where the difference between these two schools lies. He said, for the magicians, he says, right, state meaning a mental fault is something which is only nominally, is a nominal entity in the first place. Do you mind about it says, there really is no such thing as a real, there is no such thing as a real self-existent mind, which is a mental state, which is a flawed mental state. The notion of being flawed is itself a mental construct. It's empty. They exist. We're not saying not mental afflictions don't exist. They don't have any real independent existence of their own. And the mind's true nature, the true nature is that it also is void of any self-existent essence. And lack of self-existence to the mind is mind's actual purity. That is the essence of the spiritual lineage. It's that quality which means that the mind, since beginningless time, has never been stained by real self-existent mental flaw. Statement in itself, but that's the definition of the spiritual lineage. And spiritual lineage, therefore, for the Mikans, is the same for everybody. So say there is the spiritual lineage of the Buddhist path, the spiritual lineage of the present path, and the spiritual lineage of Mahayana path. That's just a verbal distinction. Because the nature of that lineage, in fact, what's the same? It says, means Chi-Ying means Dharma Dhatu. So that is the ultimate nature of the mind. Means is indistinguishable. Is the same for everyone. Question of making distinctions among different types of spiritual lineage is not a meaningful or valid distinction to make in a sense that implies that there are ways of inner bases that if you had the ability, if you had the Buddha's mind, you could say, oh yeah, well this is the attribute of inner faculty which designates you someone who will only follow the Hinayana path. Or this is a quality of your mental faculty which means that you have the ability to pursue life. That distinction is, false, like that. So this, agreement or dispute over what the nature of what that spiritual lineage actually consists of is is significant. It's not scarce by people who are just overly addicted to thought. It represents a significant difference. And then there is this notion that certain persons are capable of achieving any ultimate goal, much less Buddhahood. Cannot even achieve nirvana. So this is another point in the trade with the Abhisamaya Alankara, that is saying there are passages which are mentioned, and this is a quote which is found in the commentary to the Uttara Tantra Shastra, presented to say that this is not to be taken literally. So this is a quote in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra. In the Mahaparinirvana Sutra, it says, uses this phrase which is called ikchantika. Ikchantika comes from the root which means to desire, to be attached. So ikchantika is a person. And a person who is irreversibly attached to a worldly life, and then would never consider pursuing a spiritual path. So that's a phrase that describes the person who have spiritual. So the phrase sutra says that those persons described are, and then atyantam. Atyantam can mean for, it can mean absolutely, it can be completely. Anyway, it's a without exception kind of verb. So will never have the capacity to attain nirvana. Like a pretty dire, identifying or labeling these kind of persons. So the passage exists. Passage is looked to as evidence for why the Yogacharans, in fact, profess. If you look here, where is it? At the end of the signs, I think it comes at the end. Before it goes to enlightenment. At the very end, the last statement of the chapter, he says, last sentence of the chapter. However, it should be understood, if someone does not possess the spiritual lineage, and in this case, my spiritual lineage, he will absolutely never, under any circumstances, attain enlightenment, supreme enlightenment. Okay? So it looks like a pretty categorical statement. It sounds like, that virtue roots cut off. One of the examples of that is if you develop, among the 10 non-virtuous deeds, there's something called wrong view, right? Wrong view is one of the 10 non-virtuous. So I believe in karma. I don't believe in past life. I believe in arhats. I don't believe in nirvana. So the person who holds such a belief is to be someone who has wrong view. So if one holds to such a position with enough, vigor or strength, one of the consequences of that is that it will sever use of virtue. Getsa means roots of virtue. So Hetsa means that all of us, if we have any kind of a inclination to engage in virtue. If we have any sense of being moved, by other beings suffering or something like that, or we have any sense of, the goodness or the rightness of doing virtuous activities, then that we have some level of so-called roots of virtue, and that's a good thing. So those roots of virtue that we nurture, and to the extent they get stronger, their ability to develop positive attitudes, faith, and other virtuous attitudes becomes easier and in fact naturally. So the person who develops a very strong, very committed sense of wrong view, dispotential. That is, even the Abhidharma is not an absolute result. In other words, it can be your virtue roots can be reattached, so to speak. That if you can you can have a realization that your wrong view was wrong. Somebody can in fact you and make you give up your wrong view, then your virtue roots can then be reactivated. Okay. So this idea here of the person who lacks this bodhisattva spiritual nature, never, under any circumstances, will he or she ever able to achieve enlightenment. That's a different order than some kind of temporary condition. Okay. It's tied to passages like this from Mahaparinirvana Sutra, which describes a certain kind of person who has like no interest in spirituality whatsoever, and would reject out of hand any attempt to persuade otherwise. So here in this commentary to the Uttarkanda Shastra, this interpretation of that passage is given. Statement, which is a commentator on the Uttara Tantra. He says, this statement in the Mahaparinirvana Sutra is taught in order to remove hatred toward the doctrine of the great vehicle. This because of their being, these chantikas, meant in the sense of another time. Now, that meant in the sense of another time means that until they renounce the rejection of Mahayana, sort of atone for their condemnation of Mahayana Dharma, then there's no hope for them. But that's something that could never happen. Yet, when you actively, Mahayana, that is such a heavy misdeed that it is difficult, if not possible, to ever meet with the Dharma again. So your likelihood of ever coming in contact with the Dharma and thereby developing your spiritual lineage again is something that remote. So therefore, to deter the person from generating that kind of negative attitude, the statement says you'll never be able to achieve. So never in the sense of not for a very long time. So the interpretation that's given in the Uttantra Shastra, and so that's the position. There is no such thing as someone who lacks any form of a spiritual lineage. And so this is Gesabji's commentary to the Abhisamaya Alankara, and he says the passage, but he argues that you don't remember the exact details of it, but the point that he makes is that the Yogacaras do not espouse that position, even though it seems to be exactly what Asanga has said. He said that now I remember it. The argument is based on the fact that stains are adventitious. Right? Stains are adventitious. How can you maintain that it could be a person it would not be possible to remove the stains because they are not in fact part of the essential nature of the mind? Then he goes on and he talks about something. He uses a word. I think the phrase is in here, but it says that here. He says, "This is it." Okay, so this is what it's called. The Taigok Birikpa. Ta means some alternative, extreme view. So you see, it's an argument which has to conceive of any possibility which might count for the opposite view, the view that you cannot, certain persons whose mental flaws could not be removed under some of that possibility. And you consider any alternatives which might take that position, and then take them. And when you take all of them, then you prove that that position is untenable. That's called Bodhisattva. So it's an argument which lists all alternative possibilities to that flaw can be removed. So ultimately, and by the way, that argument is an argument, a type of argument which is developed in the epistemological school of Buddhism, which is associated with followers of Asanga, so Naga and Dharmakirti and so on. These are people who are considered to be the spiritual heirs of Asanga. So he's basically using that type of argument and saying that it's probative against the notion that there could be such a thing as a person whose faults could not be removed. He says, do you also ultimately hold that position as well? Regardless of what their scripture says, he said, in effect, they do not, in fact, hold that the thing as a person who's permanently capable of achieving an ultimate goal of one of the three vehicles. So this is a kind of discussion that goes on about the topic of spiritual lineage. So I thought that might be of some interest as you read through the chapter. But as I said, this description of the signs that are associated with a person who is manifesting in a developed way the presence of the potential to follow the Mahayana is really, I think, very beautiful. Sangha, that first. Another thing in here which I thought you'd be interested in too. Oh, okay. So it says, I believe Chiba, it says, Rigne Chiba, I think. Oh yeah, this is it. Rigne Jita Chiba. Okay. So I discussed in the introduction, there's Tsongkhapa wrote another. Tsongkhapa wrote a poem about his own career as a, you know, as a spiritual seeker, shall we say. He described the part of his career when he was a scholar, and then a part when he was practicing, and then there's a different part about his pursuit of time. Anyway, in this poem, which I quote in the introduction, he says, if you develop the ability to study deeply the Sutra Alankara, the Bodhisattva Bhumi, in a sense, he says, then that will, that word of all of Asanga's instruction will, also Asanga's text will become like personal instruction. And there is a text which I made reference to and also quoted from, in which a scholar, in fact, wrote how to go about studying those two texts together. What is the method to pursue that? He says some interesting things about it. It doesn't mean just comparing and say, oh, this one says this about it, this one says that about it. But it's sort of taking the elements from both of them and sort of marrying them and using them to develop one's practice. He says that is an approach studying the two texts together. And I gave the quote in how to study the chapter on spiritual lineage from the Sutra Alankara versus how to study, how to incorporate that with study of spiritual lineage in the Bodhisattva Bhumi. So that whole, it's not that long, but interesting what he says. And then I'm trying to bring up is this notion of how do we go about, in fact, activating, how do we go about, in fact, awakening that spiritual potential? How do we go from having the capacity to eliminate to actually developing the spiritual qualities which have the ability to abandon them? Then in Yetabje, he gives a little description, and this description is kind of he referenced, in fact, to the Lamrim tradition. So maybe this to you. It's very nice. So it says, how do you? This is from the point of view of the teacher. How the teacher you lead or teach to lead, and how do you sort of disciple along in the sense of awakening their spiritual potential? So he's initially you investigate what is the inclination, what is the kind of what is it that the person sort of has a natural desire in terms of what interests them? What interest do people have? And that is something that is described in a text called Bodhisattva Bhumi. He says, you begin by introducing them to the subjects from this text of the Hinayana canon and the Mahayana canon. And as you do so, then you begin to be able to rest or evaluate what the nature of that person's faculties are. Are you a person of sharp faculties? Are a person that is drawn to this kind of Dharma practice? Not one is the same, right? He says, then as a teacher, you would have understanding of the character of that person. And he says, the purpose for doing that is, he says, the lineage is that affected by the activities of collecting virtue and purifying obstacles. So engaging in activities that have the ability to ripening by engaging in positive activities, and to remove your obstacles by engaging in those kinds of activities that are of a purifying. He says because that, he says, he says there the way to level is by the stages of the paths that are associated with the person of lesser, middle, and great capacity. That's a reference to the Lamrim, which is the beginning path. He says, he says, in order to enable your to gain knowledge associated with Mahayana, in order to gain a real Mahayana mind, he says, you person, right? This is a causative. This is means you instruct them to engage in activities that will enable them to accumulate a lack of merit. And also, that same person has been taught how to purify themselves in many different ways, right? Of those faults which inhibit the arising of the path. Then these are all done prior to the generating bodhicitta, right? So these are sort of being described as necessary preparations. You want the disciple ultimately to be brought to a point where she, in fact, can actually develop bodhicitta. You should submit them to this kind of preliminary activities, he says. I've done so. He says, you recognize in the disciple, this is one characteristic, that the person displays a joy, a delight, the prospect of meditating on passion. That they have a willingness to engage in extensive forms of generosity. They want to cultivate morality. They believe it is necessary to cultivate patience and so forth. These are described as gyatya. In the Mahayana practice, right, there's two kind of categories, right? There's a category relating to right view, and there's a category relating to activities. These are relating to activities, to virtuous conduct. When person so gyacho means is asking you to do something that the average person is not inclined to do. The person is not inclined to do something beyond what will be beneficial to him or her. And here you're trying to activate qualities. The person will have a kind of impulse, a desire, to want to be magnanimous, to want to be someone who's concerned about others. He says, so preliminary activities are designed to awake those kinds of instincts. He said, having done that, means then when the person has reached up where they have strong inclination to engage in those kinds of far-reaching activities, when they have a strong inclination and is just in the start to become evident, then he says, that represents he says, now that kind of person is a person who is now literally is situated in spiritual lineage. So it means that the potential being awakened, those qualities of the developed form of that spiritual lineage are starting to, be evident. So that's means generated bodhicitta. You are at a point where your Mahayana spiritual lineage is becoming evident, shall we say. And that's, here it says, you are dwelling in your lineage, literally. Here I said, means that person, that person is called a Bodhisattva who has not yet generated bodhicitta. Right? It's saying this is a person ripe to become a Bodhisattva, even though they haven't actually generated bodhicitta. So you have the potential, and that potential is becoming activated. As a teacher, you've gotten the person to that point. Okay? So he says, okay, following that, he says, if that person has already generated the knowledge associated with the lower and middle levels of the path, right? And the latter means they are not attached to this life. A strong sense of not principally concerned with this life. They are, reached a strong understanding of the middling level instruction. I mean, they developed aversion, very strong aversion for all samsaric existence, and they have a natural inclination to figure a way to, free from that condition, and deep-seated. Right? So if that's the case, that has reached that point. Then, they're getting the person ready to generate actual bodhicitta. Right? So first, you develop Shendön. Shendön means, there's a chapter here, the third chapter of Bodhisattva Bhumi is called the aims that relate to oneself and the aims that relate to others. And there's Shendön and Shendön. So the aims that relate to oneself are, Buddhahood is the aim that you seek. That relate to others is your concern about being to help others, and that being the motivation for enlightenment. Okay, so here it says, initially, if you want to enable a person to develop genuine bodhicitta, first you have to cultivate this concern about others. It starts with compassion, is what he's saying. Okay? And is lana mebe chanju tunyu gisamba. Second part is lana means Buddhahood itself, the unsurpassed state. Then you got a person first develop an altruistic concern for others. Then they recognize the need to good in order to fulfill that desire to help others. Okay, those are two separate kind of elements of getting ready to develop bodhicitta, and the way concern for others is where you start. He says those two elements have been cultivated. Some elements of those attitudes have been well cultivated. So if you take the instruction, the 7-point instruction, right? instruction of cause and effect, the first stages are consider others. Then, right generating bodhicitta, you have to think about what enlightenment actually consists of and why is that necessary goal to pursue. The second part, right? Thinking about the ultimate goal. Then those two things combined, then you are ready to a firm aspiration to seek enlightenment. So he cultivated those two elements. When they become strong, then you set that person to the aim of generating the mind which is enlightenment. To generate bodhicitta. So that's then bodhicitta initially. That initial bodhicitta is only an aspiration, right? Only it's not saying diminishing it, but it is the first step of bodhicitta. To have a genuine then of the need that for you to pursue enlightenment. I really must attain enlightenment for the sake of all sentient beings. That is referred here in the book as the initial generating of enlightenment mind. But the aspirational form of bodhicitta, okay, says the aspirational form of bodhicitta. Then following that, you have to investigate, and by instruction, your disciple has to consider to what degree able or not train yourself in the vast activities of a bodhisattva. So what is the nature of the bodhisattva practice? You have to then present for the consideration of the student what that involves. That person has to evaluate himself or herself and see how willing they are to, in fact, take up the kinds of extraordinary activities. So then, when you figure that out, read this chapter on the 6 paramitas in this text. You'll see what it involves. Then he says, and it does do that, he says, then in connection with the practice of morality. In the practice of the training of morality, you generate the aspiration to achieve enlightenment. You formally get yourself to the task, to the commitment to train yourself in Bodhisattva training. That's the of taking the Bodhisattva vows. Okay? So here he says, the Bodhisattva vows. So it says, among the Bodhisattva vows, there of violations of are not cast in the form of you should do, as they are cast in the forms of what you must not do. So you do something that you must not do, that break the vows. Okay? So those things that you must not do are a series of transgressions that are considered root transgressions. And in virtue of committing the root transgressions, you destroy the Bodhisattva vows. If you do the Bodhisattva vows, then you are no longer a practicing Bodhisattva. The good news is you can take the Bodhisattva vows again. If you destroy the Hinayana vows, for instance, right? In case of ordained monks and nuns, there are 4 offenses, one of which is committed to be expelled from the Sangha. You cannot atone for them, and you cannot remain a member of the Sangha. You have to leave. In the case of the Bodhisattva vows, there are transgressions which cause the vows to be destroyed there is a provision to read the Bodhisattva vows. You're not forbidden from taking the Bodhisattva vows again. I mean, be in that position. The point is, he says it here. He says, "You are examining whether you're able to carry out the Bodhisattva activities. The purpose of doing that is what constitutes becoming by omitting one of the root transgressions that destroy the Bodhisattva vows. And do you have, in fact, the determination in which you could not allow yourself to engage in those kinds of things? Right? For instance, the Bodhisattva practice and saying, "Oh, what have I done? I can't do this. I can't continue to do this kind of." That's giving up bodhicitta, right? So that's one way to the Bodhisattva vows. At any rate, here it says, you're to learn what the Bodhisattva training consists of before you take the Bodhisattva vows, and determine that you are willing and able to get in that practice without violating it in any serious way. And then, when you reach the point where you recognize that in yourself, or the teacher has helped you recognize that in yourself, you're ready to take the vows. And therefore you should take the active form, the form of Bodhisattva vows, which trigger bodhicitta from what's called the aspirational or wishing form of bodhicitta into the active form of bodhicitta, in which you are in fact engaged in the Bodhisattva practices themselves. Begin the process until you understand what that process is, and feel confident that you can in fact apply yourself to that. He says, and you pay the teacher. This is not about the teacher. So teacher, this is all couched in the context of a person who has the capacity to, in fact, be to the point where he or she might, in fact, take Bodhisattva vows and then undertake the practice. He says, on the other hand, he said, it made a case that a particular person in previous lives, had been exposed to jnana teachings. The common idea in Buddhism that whomever contact now comes to the Dharma, in fact, have done so many times in past lives. So you happen to be someone who did that were exposed to and developed a habitual, inclination towards Hinayana path. Then, initially, when we're being taught the Dharma again in this life, the teacher may discover the person might be somebody that when you teach them about the disadvantages of samsara is like being a house on fire. It is this unbearable the suffering of samsara. You may be someone for whom the only thing that you can possibly devote yourself to would be the extinguishing of your own samsara condition. Or even if someone tried to prompt you to do the extensive Dhyana practices, which I tell you, if you really delve into it, it's asking a lot. It's asking you to do something which is, in many cases, hard to think yourself capable of. So you might be someone who you might discover is for the time being. He says for the time being. Says you're not somebody who could never pursue the Dhyana path. At this particular juncture, you might have such a strong commitment to Dhyana practices. So for you shouldn't be led. You shouldn't be Mahayana because you're not going to accept it. You're not going to put it into practice. And in that case, then that's done as a teacher. You should teach that person Mahayana practice. You must continue to teach them, which is, of course, a legitimate spiritual path to follow. No matter what path a person is going to undertake, initially, teacher should present to that potential student means, the instructions which serve to awaken whatever particular form of spiritual lineage that person at the circumstances of their present life might be most suited for. And once that becomes evident, what term is, you said, then you should then practice teaching them accordingly. Therefore, it's important to learn what this process is of awakening spiritual lineage with students. Anyway, so I think that's an interesting. That's not a particularly profound point, or difficult to understand, but I think it gives a very real, sense of how the Dharma, in fact, should be, so I hope that I came across a little bit. Okay, then we're going to run time. So that's basically all I want to say about first chapter. Second chapter is Citta. Okay. He says. Okay, so this is on page 20. The lines of the actual text. It says, the generating of enlightened mind is a mental state whose aspect is of desire. Okay, the aspirational part. Right? I must pursue enlightenment. That long sense of drive and commitment. And he says, moreover, the generating of enlightened mind develops this desire by relying upon both enlightenment and our ascension beings as its objects. Right? Now, that seems very simple. It's like 10 sentences, right? It not do so, he says. So saying here, the thing of enlightenment mind does not do so in the absence of the two objects. They say, the pure bodhicitta, in order for you to develop a genuine form of bodhicitta, you must have those two mental objects. And what it really means is those two objects, all beings, and enlightenment, on the other hand, objects that you contemplate sufficiently in a way for you to get to the point where you can generate bodhicitta. It would desire for enlightenment, concern for others. So that's there's so much substance in those two statements. So before in the quote I just read, where he said you have to inculcate in the person the concern for others, right? Then you get along. And then you have to develop this notion of the need to pursue enlightenment. And then those two are understood, then you the dual aspiration, which is itself. Okay, so is the notion that bodhicitta is aspiration. Okay, so the word aspiration one of the mental factors taught in Buddhist psychology. So let's see. What is aspiration? This is from Abhidharma Samachaya. In fact, what is aspiration? It is a longing for that entity which has been thought about. Definition. So you can't aspire for something until you thought about it first. Saying that. And then, okay, so saying bodhicitta is the aspirational form of bodhicitta is a state of mind consciousness which is focused on enlightenment, which is motivated by compassion, and which is motivated by the aspiration to achieve that goal of enlightenment. So aspiration is crucial. Similarly, renunciation, right? The mind that seeks liberation, that same kind of aspiration. Aspiration to pursue liberation as opposed to Buddha. So I put you because I think it's useful. Text. See, Abhidharma text. He defines 3 different kinds of faith, which are there in this book, Inner Science. Part of it's an introduction. I put a very nice discussion of all the mental states. So the 3 kinds of faith. He's believe in, for example, karma and its results. The faith believes in the karma, accepts it, and abides by it. One of the kinds of faith is described as a kind of it's called prasada. This is very interesting. In Tibetan, Dhamma means clarity. In Tibetan, prasada is a Sanskrit word which does mean kind of transparency, lucidity, purity, but it carries the notion of joy. So their faith is just defined in relation to the 3 dhatunas. The Buddha, the Buddhas, their qualities are amazing. And so that kind of faith is sometimes described as it's what makes the hair stand up on your arms, on kind of exhilaration. That's a kind of reverent purity of thought, which is really a beautiful element of faith. Kind of faith, right? And the 3rd kind of faith that he talks about, he calls the faith of a kind of longing for things, a kind of desiring for things. But that faith, now this is not just like, oh, I wish this kind of a Christmas present. It's only defined in a spiritual sense. So, and this is really interesting because this never dawned on me. There's a famous description it's in Tsongkhao's Lachema, where he talks about the doctrine for shamatha. Shamatha is a topic for how to develop one-pointed concentration. And there's a famous discussion of 5 faults and 8 antidotes that to be familiar with. You have to get rid of the 5 faults, and you cultivate the 8 antidotes. This is from the Vedanta Vibhaga, for instance. First antidote is laziness. And it doesn't just mean laziness like I don't want to get up in the morning. It is the laziness which is in the one point of concentration, meditate. I don't want to sit down and, practice. So that's the first fault. And he gives as the answer for that 4 qualities. Effort, and there's this unique quality called Xinjiang. Xinjiang is a mental quality which only gets cultivated when you practice one-pointed meditation. It's kind of I read about it. There's a mental and physical component to it. It's a kind of I usually translate it as agility, but that's not a literal translation of it. It's a kind of you get a sense of physical lightness. Your mind is very disposed to meditate and so on. That's the goal, because that's what enables you to concentrate your mind. Because something that resists focus on a particular object. So, Shinam or Prasarabdhi is the goal of the meditator. The yogi's goal is to develop quality. And if you have that, then you won't have any disinclination, right? You're physically ready, you're physically willing, and your mind is like this. So that you dispel this so-called laziness. The interesting part was that the way you get to that is faith comes from, and he describes it. It means think about what are the advantages of developing samadhi, one-pointed concentration. If you develop samadhi, this and this are the sects or the they call it but there's the dividends, right? Like the dividends of achieving samadhi. So if you cultivate that faith, then come naturally the aspiration. Oh, okay, I want to get those benefits. If aspiration to get those benefits, then you'll apply it. And you apply yourself, then slowly you'll develop that attributes which allow your mind to focus very easily. It's a very famous what I realized is that formulation from aspiration and effort applies it everywhere. Okay? So you're talking about the aspiration to seek enlightenment, right? So what is the faith? What is the kind of faith that precedes that and animates that aspiration? And then that aspiration, then you get the effort which wants to pursue. That's beautiful. So, to an example, shift to seek liberation. Right? To seek liberation, that's renunciation. You can develop the desire to seek liberation unless and until you have cultivated the disadvantage of samsaric existence. You have to see samsaric existence as fundamentally and absolutely fraught with disadvantage and suffering. And there's nothing good about samsara. There's no place and no aspect of samsara where you can go and be comfortable. It's top to bottom, unsatisfactory. That quality, then that's called aversion. That's called kind of the desire to avert that condition. Not yet the thinking of liberation, because you haven't even given any thought to the possibility of liberation. So in order to gain genuine renunciation, first of all, you have to attack that it's okay not to seek liberation, that it's okay to remain in our samsaric state, right? Okay, that's half of it. Then the half of it is, then you see the advantage. First, I have to see the possibility of liberation. You believe that liberation, in fact, there is such a thing. It's possible. That exists. It's possible to attain it. Not only possible to attain it, I can attain it. It's possible for me to attain it. Okay? So contemplate what is liberation? What to achieve liberation? And I have the capacity to, bring result about. So reflected on that, because this was talking about objects. Remember I said two objects in the case of, but here we're talking objects for liberation. Liberation, you've created the possibility of liberation, not only the possibility, but you have the capacity to achieve liberation. And there's liberation. That's desiring faith. That's the faith which believes I'm capable of achieving that liberation. And capable of generating the path, the form of wisdom that will bring about that liberation. That knowledge, that understanding engenders in you a faith. A kind of, a quality that is, to faith, which is a very positive quality. It's a wow feeling, right? It's possible. I could achieve this. And that faith is necessary before you can then say you have the aspiration to do it, right? It's a model of faith, aspiration, effort, and then achieving the result, right? A particular kind of faith, this faith or aspiring faith, is an essential quality for generating the aspiration, as described it, for pursuing liberation. The thing is true for pursuing. It's not enough just for you to say, oh, there is such a thing as Buddhahood, and then automatically you're going to want to pursue it. You have to know why. What is it about Buddha that you do that is the analog to thinking sorrow is something that you have to get out of, and the way out of it is to achieve liberation. So the analog to that in Mahayana, what is it that you have to stop doing? What you have to not allow yourself to be complacent about, to want to achieve Buddha. I say, I believe there's such a Buddha, but what do I need to myself protect that goal? So that you have to overcome being complacent about. And you have to develop compassion. The thinking sentient beings. Okay, so there's that compassion that you need to reflect on for Buddha that's different from Hinayana form of compassion. Hinayana form of compassion is amazing. You do immeasurable compassion towards a sentient being, and you radiate this, in unlimited fashion to everyone. You wish for everyone to be free from whatever to be subject to. That is not the kind of compassion that you need to develop in order to feel the need, the obligation to prove Buddhahood. All right? Then the question becomes, well, what's the nature of that kind of compassion? That's something I've thought about for a long time, and there was a time when I struggled with that. There was a notion of there's this universal kind of philosophical is how to derive an ought from an is, right? This is a Western philosophy. It's a very common thing. What factual that you identify as justification for a moral obligation, a moral. And many philosophers say there is such thing, as you may choose to do, but there's nothing factual that exists you can point to and say, and this makes it absolutely necessary for you to do more. I mean, the way I struggled with it was it got much more sort of what should you say? A much more thing was that I myself, what what is there that makes us feel that it is unacceptable to be selfish? What can we say? What can we tell ourselves? How can we be in a position where we can see for ourselves that, abandoning selfishness, selfish impulse, which is a pretty strong impulse, is necessary? To me, that was a puzzle that I didn't even figure out what I did now, but I have an inkling. I think it comes from, you can come about it several ways. There in the Lam, there are two instruction systems for bodhicitta. One is the sevenfold instruction, cause and effect. The other is the quality and exchange between self and others. So, in the Gelugpa school, there's a kind of unique instruction which combines the two. It is presented by Paparajah in the Liberation in Our Hands. He does them, he explains both of them, and he describes how to combine them. He says that the Ajahn Lama was one of the persons who openly and is considered very effective. At any rate, in sevenfold instruction, cause and effect is reckoning all beings as having been your mother. The second one is contemplating their kindness. And the third one is usually described as paying their kindness. That's usually the way it's translated. He says that first one of recognize all sentient beings as having been your mother, he says that's a very tough topic to actually complete in terms of meditation practice. Read about it. He discusses sort of the logic of it. Anyway, what I wanted to draw attention to here is the third step, which is described as repaying their kindness. And that to me is the linchpin, because that really is the point at which you are to develop a sense of obligation. So I always thought, well, it's something I just didn't know what was compelling. I was like, okay, I can be, even without reason, and even without really having a good reason, may feel good, to care about others. And maybe somebody, urges you that it's, a desirable thing to do. And maybe you're influenced by that person, and so you used to, try to develop that kind of attitude. Or how about now something a little bit different, something that within you gives a sense of necessity, of feeling that that you're compelled to develop that sense. And that's amazing. So that goes, I can give it to you in a nutshell, very simply. The key to it is something that's talked about very simply, which is to say that we're ahead in life. We're fools if we think that we give everything our own merit. And the truth of the matter is, we don't achieve anything by ourselves. Every good thing that we achieve of any kind in life is due to some influence that we have received from others. So that's kind of the part of those first two of that sevenfold instruction. That all we have a close relationship with all sentient beings, which is analogous to the bond that we have with our own mother. But to extend it, we have a similar kind of connection with all forms of life. For many other ways, in the Lojong, this was extended to say that everything that we make use of, it didn't pop into existence. How people went into all the work that goes to the clothes that you wear, the food that you eat, the food that you live, and so on, and sort of to recognize how much existence is interdependent. It's not just the idea of it. It's you have to contemplate it in such a way that you come to sort of recognize it. You come to see that, and so then think, if you reflect on that, and then you go into your own mind, and you say to yourself, you think about yourself and who you are and what you're doing, and you take the perspective: what if everybody out there see my mind, exactly what I'm doing and exactly what I'm thinking? I mean, would I be ashamed? Would when I think this about this, that, or the other person, and the person knew it, I mean, would I regret them knowing that? Thinking, do we believe, goes on within our own private minds, and sort of we're allowed to think whatever things we want to think, and nobody's the wiser. Well, what if we didn't do that? I mean, what if we took the position, I feel, if this person and everybody around me knew exactly what I was thinking at any given moment in time, would I do that? Would I think that we're thinking about my thinking in relation to the rest of the world that was reprehensible or not? It's an interesting, in the privacy of your own mind, obviously, for me, it's a very moving thing. So, to bring that home, there's a very famous verse is quoted in the Lamrim Chemo, in a section of the instruction on bodhicitta it's generally described as one, repay the kindness of others. First, that was by Chandragomi. Gomi was a contemporary of what's his name? Chandragomi actually supposedly had famous debate. Gomi, in fact, wrote also, he's known for a poem on Bodhisattva practice. It's a summary of the chapter, the morality chapter from the Bodhisattva Bhumi. It's a very well-known text. It's in 20 verses. It's called 20 verses on the vow. 20 verses on the Bodhisattva vow. I believe that there's Sakya Gensen, Takpa Gensen, one of the 5 patriarchs of the Sakya tradition, wrote a commentary on it, and I think it's in this capsule. I'm not 100% sure. I'm really bad at it. I think translated this capsule. So it's available. It's a commentary on it. It's a pretty nice commentary if you're interested. Anyway, he also wrote this poem that's called Letter to a Disciple. And it's translated. This is a very good translation, by the way. And Chandragomi is considered a poet in the sense of Sanskrit poetics. He wrote this verse. This text is written. I'm not a Sanskrit very adept Sanskrit, but I did. So, but there's a style of poetics which is called kavya poetry. It's very complicated. It's very subtle, and for its complexity, for those who appreciate it, it becomes, enhances the aesthetic of it as a form of literature. So he wrote, he's not in the same category as Ashwagosha, but he's a very important poet. He wrote this and translated in a book called Invitation to Enlightenment. It was by a German scholar who passed away not so long ago, but he was a very good scholar and very knowledgeable in Sanskrit. He translated for this press in Berkeley. It's called Dharma Publishing, and this particular book has this by. It also has a poem like Letter to King Kanishka. Have been written by Ashwagosha, only it was translated from the Tibetan, not the Sanskrit. It's a very nice text. So there's a verse that I think addresses this point that I'm trying to address of what is the object of all sentient beings. How do you relate to all sentient beings in which you have developed this feeling of, So I'll read this verse to you, and it's hard to translate because there's sort of layers of meaning. It has. It says. This verse says, straightforward. It's an assertion. It says, be more shameless and to abandon one's relations who are in the ocean of samsara and worth oneself alone. So that's the second half of the verse. The first half of the verse gives a simile, gives this image, describing that look at all sentient beings who we would need to regard as our relations, right? Use the word bandhu. Bandhu means like family relative. So the first part of the verse describes those uses what's called compounds, which means you string together a bunch of words and the grammatical connection between them is understood. It's not evident. So it has this. So one compound which says use a word which means coming and going, and coming and going means being reborn and dying. So being born and dying. It's a unique Buddhist term, and then in fact I saw a reference to it in Ashwagosha's Glory of the Buddha. He uses the same term. So it says the changing of birth and rebirth. So it's saying, everyone is subject to, continual, appearance. And so the last part of this compound says, human beings not only as, subject to this wandering from birth through death repeatedly. Then the last part of it uses an idiom which says seen and then visible, and invisible. Seen in literature, it's a big term. What we experience directly with our senses. The unseen is, other eyes, so things which are beyond the ken of ordinary minds. The notion of seen and unseen is kind of a very, has a connotation to it. So seen, in this case, means the persons who are seen when we have contact with them in their own lives, right? And then they become invisible means they go to life. They disappear, we disappear, right? So that compound is saying the characteristic of all sentient beings is that they're undergoing this quality of being born and dying, therefore coming, into our lives and then disappearing from our lives. That's samsara, right? And describes it further. He says, now this is the simile. He said, or they've fallen into a whirlpool. Okay, so the image of this like would be a river that if somebody fell into, they would drown, right, or something like that. So it's as if. So the they are in the ocean of samsara. This is not a placid ocean. This is which is in constant turmoil. And because of that, then if you were if you were actually to see somebody fall into a whirlpool, at a moment they might be visible, at another moment they might go below the surface. So that takes that image of an unseen, right? Just has sense to it. Well, if you're a some alert person, right? If you have consideration whatsoever, not only are you in samsara, not only are you experiencing samsara, else are these people that you have a relationship to them, you are connected with them in a real sense, were your relatives. They have in fact been your relatives, right? But they're not just, they're not just other people who are out there, right? With any kind of sort of, clarity, that are in turmoil. They're helpless, right? The samsaric existence of most beings is one which we are reaching a point where we may someday gain some control. But if you look at the mass, the great majority of people, most of them are, and this is not condemnation or, it's just people don't have access to Dharma. Most people don't think that Dharma is something that they might avail themselves of, and as consequently, they are let alone. They are. So you have forming the image in your mind. You're standing on the side of a world, and you're looking at somebody sort of like bobbing up and down in this right? What would it say about you? Just walked away, right? You just said, well, so kind of, I can't think about it, or I have things to do, or something like that. So it says, so then there's another level of this verse, which we haven't and which otherwise you didn't think of, or I thought of. It's that very last part of that first compound, which said seen and lost, or seen and then invisible, right? And that same word, for the way the Tibetan translates it, is not recognize. Not recognize them to your relatives of the passing of birth and rebirth. Our relatives are in this life, right? Who our parents are, who parents had brothers and sisters sisters, we have cousins, we have brothers and sisters. So we know our direct family relations are in this life, but we know, we're not aware that, in fact, those people that in this life are not our legal or our official relatives, but in fact, in some life, then it's saying through changing from birth to death, because of that, our own changing of birth to death, they're changing from one life to another, then who was seen becomes lost. Your memory of them as relatives is faded, because most of us don't remember our past lives. We don't know who was whom. We don't know who we were in our past lives, much less who we related to. So that says, banning those persons we don't recognize through the changing of birth and death, through the changing of this coming and going. So, I mean, there's so many layers to this verse. The idea of that we must identify between ourselves and others. Okay. When you say connectingness, to me, the importance of that connectedness is what good, whatever good has come to us, whatever we have been able to acquire. And we did a little lonesome. It is, for the most part, almost entirely due to the and benefits that we receive from others. We are. That's how we should see ourselves. Is that we have our being is defined by the benefits that we have received from others. Given that, if we would sort of completely and allow us to ourselves off, or just feel elation or no sense that that because that we receive from others are something, right? So the idea of repaying needs. There is an obligation. I don't know how well I conveyed it, but to me, that is where the type of compassion that it for bodhicitta sort of sits from, in my mind. Because it's not just compassion. It's not just compassion in the sense of recognizing that other people's suffering, is under, and that if you lend a hand, why not? Okay, I'll lend a hand. But the compassion that's required for Buddha is the sense that their suffering, in fact, is your suffering. Whoever you are has been made to a large degree by them. So, advance your own being. How can you do that in a way where you would sort of say goodbye and turn away from everybody else? So it's saying, how would it be more shameless? What could be more, of ingratitude than that? So to me, I don't know. I don't think I convey as I would have liked. But to me, this verse capacity to put you in a frame of mind where yourself as in a pair where everyone kind of like where I don't know, it's kind of hard to describe, but as there's in a way that if you are honest in your own heart, how possibly not, consider your place in the world that doesn't take everyone else into consideration, that does anything or not. And to me, that puts those facts, I think they're facts, right, in a sense, right, of your being from others, and for you to sort of do that, ignore that, or not recognize that, and not carry that in your consciousness, sensitivity in your mind at all times is immoral, almost. It is immoral not to go around telling everybody else you think that. To feel it yourself. If you feel it yourself, it's a kind of a fun feeling. It's a feeling that you're everyone's child almost, and you basically you cannot deny your connection. And in doing that, it's a kind of odd sort of feeling, but I describe something that I think I felt, and to me, that kindles. If you feel that, if you have a sense that's a pure and true perspective, right? It's a very easy step from that. I better learn how to cultivate loving kindness and compassion in a way. Because that's really what that point of view calls for. It becomes natural. It becomes sort of course, do it, kind of. I'm ready. To me, that's very close to that you feel the obligation. That's kind of faith. It is faith which you recognize in order to counter any possible complacency, where you would be okay not to pursue what would be the means of repaying the debt of the world universe. And that's analogous to the awareness that samsara is suffering. Produce the aspiration to seek liberation. The comparable, it's a different order, but in the mana perspective, it's what you have to do in a way to develop that sense of concern for others. That's essential. And genuine. Find it. You've got to discover it somehow. Yourself, that is clear and persuasive and moving, and you feel that is right. It's just you go out your daily activities, you don't really carry that thought with you, but when you stop and you reflect and you give some sort of consideration to that sentiment involved, it's not right. And then if it's there, if you buy that, if you tap on, you accept that, it's very easy to keep moving positive way from there. So to me, that's really key for an essential, to actually be a Mahayanist, you have to develop, sentiment for you. You have to, I mean, you can listen to it, you can think about it, and you can think, oh, that's really nice. I wish I were like that. To actually in or see it or come to some kind of awareness about it, that's a different order. And anyway, what I was trying to say is that there's a kind of faith which is faith that must precede the aspiration to achieve. So, Asanga generally describes it is the faith you see. Oh, yes, there's Buddhahood. There's Buddhahood. Buddhahood is a thing, a goal, a state. It exists. It's attainable. That comes. Okay, I wish to attain it myself. But what is essential to that is kind of the precursor of that is that there has to be something. There has to be the sort of the antithesis of that, which is the selfishness, which you don't give a damn about other people. It has to be overcome. And to overcome that, you find the seed of compassion and the seed of Mahayana compassion. So, an essential element which also into that faith, in meaningful and essential, then puts on meaning, right? Because it's not just perfection, which presumably is, but it's a perfection that I'm obligated to seek because of my recognition of my sense of duty to that view that. Okay, that's the thing of the two objects. The two objects, and the aspect of Bodhisattva is that it's an aspiration. So the sentences that he used to describe General Bodhisattva, it's all the instruction. He is presented here, but all which is present in teaching like the Lama instruction, with just fit perfectly to that full 10 words. Okay, we're past time, and Thomas to talk about morality. Thank you. Yeah. Go di go gun san yi shi to sun yi shi le ju nam ni tao ma shou jiu sen jiu ren bo ma nan ge gu ji ge nyang ba me ba yang gong ne gong du pa wa shou. Thank you. I didn't bore you.
Thank you.
Before you put away your, can you just read first half of the second half? I feel like I'm missing the first half. Since it was so important. Would you mind reading a whole? Yeah.
So it says the main assertion is to worth alone having your relatives who are in samsara. Okay, so that assertion, it says nothing would be more shameless, nothing would be more ungrateful than that. So that's half of the verse. That's the second half of the verse. The first verse is saying, doing that